Thank you to the witnesses. I want to ask a question that has sort of a Virginia tie to it. China has one of the most sophisticated global campaigns of repression against dissidents around the world of any nation. And in particular, the FBI has warned that China is conducting a global campaign to target Uyghur human rights activists. The Uyghur community in Virginia is one of the largest in the United States, and we have a number of constituents who have been engaged in Uyghur human rights issues who have been targeted and harassed here, but also find their family members still living in the Xinjiang area affected. What is the United States government, particularly the State Department, doing to make sure that the authoritarian reach of China against people living in the United States is limited?
So, Senator, one of the things that we have immediately done working with the FBI is to look at the police stations that China is creating here and around the world. New York's police station, so to speak, was closed down. These aren't police stations at all. What they are policing the diaspora, Uyghurs and others in the Chinese orbit, harassing them, putting them at great risk. And so we are working with law enforcement here very closely to make sure that China cannot reach into the United States and harass and further undermine the human rights of Uyghurs, ethnic minorities, and Chinese Americans.
And the Chinese do actually have imprisoned a number of the family members of American residents who have advocated for Uyghur human rights. What is the U.S. government doing to try to intercede on behalf of those unjustly imprisoned in China?
So the Secretary of State and I have met with all of the families, or a group of the families, that are quite concerned about this and concerned about their family members. And when we have met with the Chinese or communicated with the Chinese, we have raised these cases. In some instances, families don't want us to raise the cases because they're afraid it will target their family members. So we are really guided by what the families want, but we will try to do whatever we possibly can. And I have to tell you, meeting with those Uyghur families, just as when we meet with all of the families of those detained in China or held in exit bans in China, are some of the hardest meetings I have to do.
Let me switch topics. The title of today's hearing is Evaluating U.S.-China Policy in an Era of Strategic Competition. And I think we all know the competition is intense across multiple fronts, and in many areas it's more than competition. China is an adversary. And yet one of the things that we probably should do for our own good and for the good of the world is seek, are there areas of cooperation? Because it would benefit the world greatly if they could see, as tough as this competition and even adversarial relationship is, there is at least enough communication to recognize on some small set of issues the need to find common cause and work together. That would be good for the United States, good for China, but it would be good for the world to see that too in terms of sending a stability message. What are areas, as you stand up China House and run U.S.-China policy, what are areas that might be most likely to find some cooperation for the good of our countries and the good of the world?
So the ones that we talk about the most, starting with the one that Senator Hagerty mentioned, which is counter-narcotics, which is quite critical for all the reasons that he said, that others, and that Ranking Member Risch raised as well. Working on climate. Quite frankly, we cannot meet the challenge on climate unless China is working with the rest of the world. I'm glad that they have reopened communications between their envoy and Special Presidential Envoy for Climate, John Kerry. I hope that that conversation can continue even in this difficult time. We've talked about working together on global health, which may sound sort of strange given that the Chinese have been very protective of their data and genomic sequencing on COVID-19. I know there's great concern up here about the origins of COVID-19, which remains not resolved yet by the intelligence community. I'd urge any briefings you might want on that to have with the intelligence community. But I do think we have to work together on global health because we're going to see more pandemics. And we need to be working together in this regard. So those are three. And of course, people-to-people exchanges, ways that we can have our folks safely know each other in a better way, because we do not seek conflict with the Chinese people. We do many things and have discovered things together in our scientific community where it's in our security interest to do so. We have to be careful, thoughtful, but nonetheless, I hope that we can engage in people-to-people exchanges appropriately.
Senator Romney. Senator Kaine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for kicking off our 118th Congress meetings of the Budget Committee with this important topic, and thank you to the witnesses. So I represent Virginia, and it's a coastal state. Our shoreline stretches more than 5,000 miles if you include all the snaking waterways around the Chesapeake Bay and the Atlantic. And it's home to assets like the world's largest Navy base, one of the largest cargo ports in the United States, tourism destinations like Virginia Beach and historic Jamestown, as well as commercial and residential districts. The second largest metropolitan area in Virginia is the Hampton Roads area with about 1.7 million people. Hampton Roads is listed behind New Orleans as the most vulnerable community in the country to sea level rise. And this is not the only part of Virginia that's affected by climate change. We see intense rainstorms and flooding in the Appalachian region of Virginia that cause much more severe damage than they have in the past. Even though the annual rainfall hasn't changed much, it tends to come in much more violent episodes than it has in the past because of climate change. So obviously very interested in this topic. One of the things that I've been troubled by, and I want to pick up a little bit, Senator Romney was talking about debt and spending and wanting to spend the right way, not the wrong way. One of the things I've been troubled by in 10 years here in the Senate is it seems like we are willing to spend a lot of money on climate change, but only in this sense, we spend in response to emergencies. So we'll do a superstorm Sandy emergency relief package in the aftermath of some significant climate event, and you can pretty much count on bipartisanship. We'll try to find ways to help our communities out when they've been hurt. Or we'll rewrite the federal flood insurance program to provide more and more financial support for those whose residences and businesses are getting more severe flood damage than they have in the past. So we'll come in to respond on the back end. But what has been harder to do is find smart resilience funding, or even more importantly, smart prevention funding. I do think, as Senator Romney said, we are on the prevention side. Some of the research investments, either in the CHIPS and research bill and in the infrastructure bill, are maybe front-loading some of these expenses in the prevention side. But if either of you would just have thoughts about, how should, in spending and investing, how should we be balancing between prevention, resilience, and response? And is there a way we should adjust that dial to make it more likely effective?
Well, I think the most important thing we can do is create the incentives now to prevent this problem from getting bigger and bigger into the future. So that's what we have to do immediately. The costs themselves are primarily in the future. And so, among other things, we have to be prepared. I think in terms of what we really need to do to address this problem, as one of the senators mentioned, we have to create the innovation to create the new types of, energy, the infrastructure, the housing, and so on, that will be resilient to the future that's coming. And in order to do that, in order to generate the innovation and the capital and so on, what we need is to create the expectation among investors that there will be incentives that will pay, if you have a low carbon approach, that it'll be more profitable.
Can I just say a word about innovation? And then I do want to have the professor respond as well. One of the things I like is sort of a little virtuous competition in the innovation space. I know some of what we did in the IRA has made European nations kind of mad, like what you're trying to do things that will make it harder for our industries, but then they've decided, well, maybe we better up our investments as well. And that kind of virtuous competition, it can lead to some tough words between otherwise allied nations, but it may not be bad in terms of the overall goal. Dr. Holtz-Eakin, I know you wanted to say something.
Just briefly, I mean, if you take the flood insurance program as an example, for long periods, we didn't update the flood maps and deliberately didn't update the flood maps. So that's a terrible idea, right? You have to know the risks you face. And then once you have those risks, they have to be priced effectively. And that means in some cases premiums that are much higher than have been historically. That becomes politically uncomfortable. Let's be honest about that.
Yep.
But it provides exactly the right innovation and other incentives. Don't build a house where it doesn't belong, right? Then you will not have to pay out of the flood program when it gets hit, move businesses to places that are more secure for the future. All of that is the best kind of signal to send. And it comes from really very mundane structural things in a lot of federal programs, but we're not doing that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Romney. Senator Kaine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for kicking off our 118th Congress meetings of the Budget Committee with this important topic, and thank you to the witnesses. So I represent Virginia, and it's a coastal state. Our shoreline stretches more than 5,000 miles if you include all the snaking waterways around the Chesapeake Bay and the Atlantic. And it's home to assets like the world's largest Navy base, one of the largest cargo ports in the United States, tourism destinations like Virginia Beach and historic Jamestown, as well as commercial and residential districts. The second largest metropolitan area in Virginia is the Hampton Roads area with about 1.7 million people. Hampton Roads is listed behind New Orleans as the most vulnerable community in the country to sea level rise. And this is not the only part of Virginia that's affected by climate change. We see intense rainstorms and flooding in the Appalachian region of Virginia that cause much more severe damage than they have in the past. Even though the annual rainfall hasn't changed much, it tends to come in much more violent episodes than it has in the past because of climate change. So obviously very interested in this topic. One of the things that I've been troubled by, and I want to pick up a little bit, Senator Romney was talking about debt and spending and wanting to spend the right way, not the wrong way. One of the things I've been troubled by in 10 years here in the Senate is it seems like we are willing to spend a lot of money on climate change, but only in this sense, we spend in response to emergencies. So we'll do a superstorm Sandy emergency relief package in the aftermath of some significant climate event, and you can pretty much count on bipartisanship. We'll try to find ways to help our communities out when they've been hurt. Or we'll rewrite the federal flood insurance program to provide more and more financial support for those whose residences and businesses are getting more severe flood damage than they have in the past. So we'll come in to respond on the back end. But what has been harder to do is find smart resilience funding, or even more importantly, smart prevention funding. I do think, as Senator Romney said, we are on the prevention side. Some of the research investments, either in the CHIPS and research bill and in the infrastructure bill, are maybe front-loading some of these expenses in the prevention side. But if either of you would just have thoughts about, how should, in spending and investing, how should we be balancing between prevention, resilience, and response? And is there a way we should adjust that dial to make it more likely effective?
Well, I think the most important thing we can do is create the incentives now to prevent this problem from getting bigger and bigger into the future. So that's what we have to do immediately. The costs themselves are primarily in the future. And so, among other things, we have to be prepared. I think in terms of what we really need to do to address this problem, as one of the senators mentioned, we have to create the innovation, to create the new types of, energy, the infrastructure, the housing, and so on, that will be resilient to the future that's coming. And in order to do that, in order to generate the innovation and the capital and so on, what we need is to create the expectation among investors that there will be incentives that will pay, if you have a low carbon approach, that it'll be more profitable.
Can I just say a word about innovation? And then I do want to have the professor respond as well. One of the things I like is sort of a little virtuous competition in the innovation space. I know some of what we did in the IRA has made European nations kind of mad, like what you're trying to do things that will make it harder for our industries, but then they've decided, well, maybe we better up our investments as well. And that kind of virtuous competition it can lead to some tough words between other wide allied nations, but it may not be bad in terms of the overall goal. Dr. Holtz-Eakin, I know you wanted to say something.
Just briefly, I mean, if you take the flood insurance program as an example, for long periods, we didn't update the flood maps and deliberately didn't update the flood maps. So that's a terrible idea, right? You have to know the risks you face. And then once you have those risks, they have to be priced effectively. And that means in some cases premiums that are much higher than have been historically. That becomes politically uncomfortable. Let's be honest about that.
Yep.
But it provides exactly the right innovation and other incentives. Don't build a house where it doesn't belong, right? Then you will not have to pay out of the flood program when it gets hit, move businesses to places that are more secure for the future. All of that is the best kind of signal to send. And it comes from really very mundane structural things in a lot of federal programs, but we're not doing that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Van Hollen. And Ambassador Verma, great to see you again.
Sir.
There is a vote ongoing. I'll ask questions, and then I don't believe Senator Risch has any follow-up, so we'll likely then conclude unless another member comes in. I want to ask you about Havana syndrome. We had a hearing in May around State Department reauthorization, and the then Deputy Secretary Brian McKeon testified a bit about this. He reported that the DNI commissioned reporting showed a number of cases and that they were explained by environmental and health factors, but many still didn't have an explanation. The U.S. government was still unable to attribute incidents to a particular actor. If confirmed, do you commit to ensuring that the department fully supports the provision of all appropriate health care and reasonable accommodations to State Department employees who are suffering from Havana syndrome symptoms incurred while serving the country?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Great. Thank you, Ambassador Verma. I want to ask you a question about the workforce. A sizable percentage of the State Department workforce live in Virginia. They're constituents of mine. The OPM does an annual employment survey. It's the FEVS, Federal Employee Viewpoint Survey. And for many, many years, the State Department, of the 17 large agencies that tend to be surveyed again and again, ranked near the top in terms of job satisfaction. But in recent years, and the most recent FEVS we have is from 2021, the job satisfaction in the department has dramatically declined. What would you do in your role, if confirmed, to try to really work on these internal morale issues and return to the State Department to the place that it's traditionally been?
Yeah, it's really important, Senator. I think trying to get at the root, like what is driving that attitude, what's happening that people feel that way. And there's been a number of surveys. There's been some early feedback, and Secretary, I think, has set out really in a focused way. I mean, the modernization agenda is really about taking care of the workforce and making sure they have what they need. So do they also have our benefits competitive? Do we have the right child care subsidy? Do we have the right kind of agility in our workforce compared to other federal agencies? These are all things that we're looking at. I still think the mission of the department attracts the best people from around the country, but we got to make sure we're actually living up to our commitment to them to make sure they're getting the best of what they need. I really, again, my experience overseas helped me see what people need and how they live and how it works in practice day to day. And I think we do an exceptionally good job of taking care of people around the world, but we've got to do better. We want to be at the top part of that survey and not lagging behind.
Just to share an insight with you, when I travel abroad, I usually try to have a meeting with first or second or FSO State Department folks at embassies without the ambassador there,
right,
without any supervisor there. And I ask them this question. You obtained a very difficult job to get. I mean, to get to be a Foreign Service officer, incredibly difficult to get there. What will be the determinant about whether you make this a career or make this a shorter term, job? And I hardly have to say another word, and then I just listen for about 90 minutes. And I will say a lot of the discussion tends to revolve around we're not given enough latitude to make decisions. Somebody once said to me, I had to pass a security vetting that was super intense, but if I want to requisition 5 pencils, they treat me like I'm going to steal one of them, and I've got to account for, all 5 and what I'm going to do with them. So you've been there, you've been an ambassador, but you've also worked your way up. You understand the sacrifices and the frustrations. I think you'd be uniquely situated to deal with this, but I would just encourage you to. And kind of additionally, the surveys tend to show that you're doing, the State Department's efforts around recruiting are okay, but maybe you're falling short on the retention side.
Right.
So I would urge you to focus on that. Last thing I know, as far as I know, Congress has not yet been provided the 2022 FEVS results. Do you have any idea about when we might see those?
I don't, but I'll definitely find out and come back to you
If you
as quickly
could,
as possible.
that would be great.
Senator, your point on retention is really important, and there is a retention working group that's focused on this, coming out with a number of recommendations and already taken some steps, but training's a big part of it, making sure people have a pathway to promotion. There's a lot that'll go into retention, but it's not just recruiting great people, it's making sure they stay.
I think you're uniquely qualified to help us get better at this. So thank you.
Senator Kaine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Chair Sanders and Ranking Member Cassidy, thank you for making this the first hearing of this committee in the 118th Congress. I think this issue is huge and challenging, but one that's very amenable to some bipartisan work that can be done. Senator Romney beat me to the punch. Not the first time, because I wanted to talk about immigration. I was interested that in none of the opening testimony was this put on the table as a potential solution, although I think in some of your written testimony, a couple of you mentioned it. Just to give you numbers on this. According to the Migration Policy Institute, as of 2018, the foreign-born comprise almost 18% of the 14.7 million people in the U.S. who work in healthcare, nearly 1 in 5. The foreign-born make up a disproportionate share of certain both high and low-skilled healthcare workforces. 28% of our physicians and surgeons are foreign-born, and 38% of our home health aides were born outside the United States. And this isn't just about employment-based immigration. It's also focused on family and humanitarian immigration systems. So another statistic, more than 310,000 healthcare workers, 12% of the immigrants who are employed in healthcare occupations are not here on work-related visas. They're here for humanitarian reasons: resettled refugees, asylees, special immigrant visa holders, TPS recipients, and Cuban and Haitian entrants. So, President Herbert, you've already addressed this with Senator Romney, but what could we do with an immigration reform that's focused on healthcare or other critical workforce areas that would make all of your jobs easier in educating a diverse and sufficiently sized healthcare workforce?
So, Senator Kaine, thank you very much. First of all, I should say I'm not an immigration expert. I make no pretense to be, but I echo your concerns. I think that there's no question that immigrants disproportionately go into healthcare at various levels. They're very hard workers. They want to work. And I can tell you from personal experience, at least locally, what I see is a lot of folks who want to work. They're here legally, but they're not able to work because of arcane regulations that really should be changed. And so, we need, and frankly, we need to encourage immigration in a state like Maine, where we are losing native population, and the only way our population is staying stable and even growing is through immigration. And there's many new Mainers who want to work and are not able to.
My perception, and I don't have the data on this, but my perception in Virginia is that the foreign-born healthcare workforce is also more likely to work in rural Virginia. If I talk to physicians in Appalachia, they're more likely to be foreign-born than if I'm doing it where I live in Richmond or metropolitan, other metropolitan areas of the state. I have other topics I want to get to, but does anyone else want to weigh in on immigration issues? Yes, Dr. Hildreth.
Senator Kaine, thank you for the question. I have nothing against bringing in foreign-born folks to work in our healthcare enterprise. We have lots of talent we've not tapped into in our own country here. For example, it used to be that 26% of all the black students who went to medical school came from HBCUs. Is now less than 10%. Why is that? Because we've underinvested, under-resourced those schools. So I would submit to you that by properly resourcing the schools we have, we can fill a lot of that gap with native-born talent right here in the United States. Thank you.
I have a piece of legislation that is called the Expanding Medical Education Act, which I'm going to reintroduce this Congress. I introduced it in the last, that's very focused on HBCUs and other minority-serving institutions. In your testimony, and then is it Swanee? Dr. Swanee's testimony, you both laid out some innovative programs you're doing and the need for additional investment. I completely agree with that. Let me ask a question about the direct care workforce shortage, or just bring it to the attention of the committee. Our direct care workforce shortage is often left out of the conversation about healthcare workforce shortages. Direct care professionals make an average of $11.75 an hour. They're some of the lowest paid workers in the economy, but they provide difficult hands-on care to seniors and people with disabilities. And this workforce shortage kind of compounds other shortages. I go to hospital emergency rooms and they say we have to keep people in hospitals longer because the direct care workforce shortage means that there's no placements where we can discharge someone from a hospital to a long-term care setting or to appropriate home health care aid. So I hope as we look at this problem, we'll focus on the direct care workforce. Finally, Mr. Chairman, I would like to introduce a letter for the record. Johnson & Johnson wrote a letter to thank Senator Cassidy and the whole committee for a bill we passed, the Lorna Breen Healthcare Provider Protection Act, which is to provide mental health resources to frontline healthcare workers. One of the ways we'll keep a robust healthcare workforce is making sure that they have the resources they need to be resilient. I'd like to introduce that letter for the record if I could.
Without objection.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Senator.
I think while you come at this from different perspectives and have some differences in your testimonies, I'm picking up a common punchline, which is we're doing a lot, but we need to do more and we need to do it quicker. We have to calculate and calibrate, but we should do more and do it quicker. Our allies, they're doing a lot, but they should do a lot more and invest a lot more because they have more at stake. General Kellogg, you talked about this war in their backyard, and I think that that's true. So I think that that is coming through loud and clear. I do want to just comment on one thing. General Kellogg, in your testimony, you said this, simply saying that one will support Ukraine for as long as it takes is a bumper sticker, not a strategy. No number of supplemental aid packages, no rounds of sanctions, and not even a presidential visit to Kyiv are substitutes for American leadership. Let me just offer my thoughts on that. The sanctions packages that the United States have engineered, they ain't a bumper sticker. They ain't a bumper sticker. They're an example of great American diplomacy. The billions of dollars of aid that this Congress has appropriated for military purposes in Ukraine with the president's request, that ain't a bumper sticker. That's American leadership. It wasn't Estonia that did it. It wasn't Liechtenstein that did it. The billions in dollars of aid for humanitarian purposes that we've allocated, not a bumper sticker. That's American leadership. 100,000 Ukrainian refugees into the United States in the 5 months after the invasion. Don't look at the Armed Services Committee and tell me that that's a bumper sticker. That's American leadership. Engineering a state of affairs where Finland and Sweden, whose popular approval for accession to NATO would have been about 25% a couple of years ago, are now on the verge of joining NATO and dramatically increasing both the NATO and Western defense capacity. Don't tell me that's a bumper sticker. That's American leadership. Engineering overwhelming votes in the General Assembly and the National Security Council to call out Putin's illegal war effort. Admittedly, there are nations that abstain, there are nations that stand with Russia instead of acknowledging the facts. That ain't a bumper sticker. That's American leadership. I don't see any reason why anybody should be Debbie Downer about American leadership that has assembled a global coalition to stand for Ukraine. We're not trashing Zelensky anymore. We're standing up with him. We're not undermining Ukraine anymore. We're standing up for Ukraine. And if you wonder about American leadership, talk to President Zelensky, because we all do. We talk to him in person. I have colleagues who visit him in Ukraine. He came and addressed us right before Christmas. I had no reason to believe he was lying to us when he thanked us for American leadership. The global effort to stand for Ukraine against an illegal invasion by a dictator that is not only necessary in all of our view to stand up against Putin, but also to send a message to dictators around the globe, would not have happened without American leadership. By this committee, by the Appropriations Committee, by the Intel Committee, by the Foreign Relations Committee, by the administration. Thank you. Could we do more? Could we do it quicker? Could we look in the rearview mirror and say things might have been done? Of course. Should we exercise oversight on the investments that we make in Congress? Should we be able to answer questions the American public asks us about the stakes or about the dollars we're investing? Of course we should. Those are all really important questions, and they're very fair. But to suggest that the coordinated effort of the Article 1 and 2 branches in outreach around the world to assemble a global coalition to support Ukraine is a bumper sticker rather than American leadership, I don't get it. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kaine. Senator.
Well, for the record, let me just say I have a different view than those statements, and I think most people do. Let me turn now to Senator Kaine, and then we'll turn to Senator Padilla. Senator Kaine is living with this as the Navy looks at Naval Station Norfolk and the flooding in that area and what it portends for his base. So I'm grateful to him for being here.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to all the witnesses for being here. And I want to talk about Norfolk. Before I do that, I have a question for Dr. Weinkel. I was reviewing your written testimony as well as your verbal testimony, and one of your fifth point is a dynamic system of conflicts of interest among climate change researchers, advocacy organizations, and financial industry anchors the use of implausible emissions scenarios. And you have a quote in the written testimony that I think all of us would agree with. Researcher conflicts of interest, especially when undisclosed, undermine scientific integrity and threatens public trust in science. But as I read your testimony and listened to it, you didn't mention anything about the fossil fuel industry. You focused on the financial industry and advocacy organizations. Is there some reason why you've omitted reference to the fossil fuel industry, which often is involved in research that is frequently undisclosed?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So I do link to that. I have a reference to it in my written testimony. And one of the most notable works on that area, Merchants of Doubt, became a movie. It's not that I omitted it. What I said and what I believe is that we've done a very good job in pointing out these conflicts of interest in that area. But we have a tendency to turn a blind eye to it when it's coming from other areas.
All right, well, I'm going to move on to Norfolk now, but I just found it striking that your testimony focused on the financial industry and climate advocacy organizations, and in my view, omitted, you could characterize it differently, omitted reference to fossil fuel research, which has frequently undisclosed and has, I think, vastly dominated, outnumbered some of the other research. But let me move to Norfolk. The Hampton Roads area in Virginia is 1.7 million people. It's the second largest metropolitan area in our Commonwealth. Historic area, very diverse. Jamestown Island, where English settlement of North America began, no offense to the Pilgrims. The biggest Navy base in the world, Norfolk Naval Base, Chesapeake Bay, very dynamic economy. And yet the sea level effects in Norfolk are not future effects. We're seeing them every day. We have communities in the Chesapeake Bay like Tangier Island that could well disappear. But I have a question for you, Dr. Becchetti. According to a recent report by the Hampton Roads Planning District Commission, the low estimates of sea level rise indicate that approximately 59,000 residential homes in the Hampton Roads region will be permanently or regularly inundated by the end of the century. And if you look at the high estimates of sea level rise that are consensus in Virginia, including the Virginia Institute of Marine Science, about 175,000 homes will be permanently or regularly inundated. Your former employer, Freddie Mac, has estimated that the total losses to coastal real estate, quote, are likely to be greater in total than those experienced during the housing crisis and Great Recession. What would a drop in property values of this magnitude mean for the financial situations of families living in these homes? And this is just one metropolitan area in the United States.
Well, obviously it would be a very catastrophic event. I think Mr. Eby presented some evidence about property overvaluation, current overvaluation of coastal properties, where people are not realizing the risk that they're facing in the future. And the question that stimulated me to get involved in this area at all was we had just lived through 2007 and 08 and the many years of recovery, which we haven't completely recovered from that yet. And we had many years where we said, you know, these house price rises they can't be sustained. This is just people are starting to believe that they're printing money and there's no risk. And eventually, for whatever reason that triggered it, all of a sudden, the house of cards collapsed. And there is a fear that something similar could happen in this issue.
If I could, I have one more question I want to get into Mr.
Sure.
Eby, if I can. So with respect to our naval base, the estimates on the Virginia Coastal Resilience Master Plan suggest that under NOAA's intermediate risk scenarios, 25,000 acres of DoD facilities in the Commonwealth of Virginia will be in the 100-year floodplain or riskier, and by 2080, that number climbs to 31,000 acres of DoD facilities in Virginia. Has the First Street Foundation undertaken an assessment of flood risk for our nation's military assets?
Thank you very much for the question, Senator Kaine, and thank you for your leadership on the topic. And unfortunately, the naval base, and the assets in the region are not unique in the sense that there's already 344,000 properties that have a 1% annual chance of risk or greater today in your state, and that's growing by over 13% in just 30 years. And so when we look at the actual infrastructure of the military, a lot of the things that we need to look at to understand the inoperability or risk are confidential. So things like at what height would the docks be for the ships to be able to actually be manageable and be able to go out to sea. But what we can see are things like the single road that goes to our naval base that becomes impassable under certain events today, let alone on how that's
Yeah, not even during storm surge, just during
Exactly.
normal tidal action. It's frequent, and it's growing more frequent. I'm over my time. Thank you very much. Yield back, Mr. Chair.
For what it's worth, the former commander of
Senator Kaine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Ranking Member. What a great panel. I've really learned a lot from sitting and listening to you. There are 30 community health centers that serve Virginia. 2 are in West Virginia, right on the border with Virginia, and serve Appalachian Virginia. 28 are based in Virginia. 26 are FQHCs. 1 is a rural health clinic. 1 is a lookalike. They serve about 370,000 Virginians. The FTEs in our Virginia Health Center is about 2,800 FTEs. The work that they do, and I see it every day, is truly tremendous. I want to ask Mr. Harvey, I'm going to start with you on a workforce question because I was intrigued in your testimony. You talked about Indiana FQHCs that are doing their own, grow your own programs to train medical assistants. Medical assistants work in a variety of healthcare settings, performing both clinical and administrative tasks. They're critical members of the medical team. They support the delivery of high-quality care. From 2011 to 2021, the number of medical assistants employed in the U.S. grew from nearly 540,000 to over 725,000, reflecting the growth of this occupation as part of primary care teams. Like other frontline workers, medical assistants reported a lot of burnout and stress during COVID. About 29% of them intend to leave their jobs within the next 2 years by their own reporting. And when a provider leaves, an organization usually incurs a turnover cost of about 40% of that individual's salary to sort of figure out how to backfill and make it up, as well as intangible costs, lower levels of productivity, staff morale, patient satisfaction. So it's clear that medical assistants are very vital to primary care clinics. One way we can bring more medical assistants in is by reducing training costs, giving people more incentives. I recently reintroduced with Senator Braun of Indiana the Jobs Act with many of my fellow HELP colleagues. The bill would make high-quality, short-term education and workforce training programs eligible for Pell Grants. We don't allow Pell Grants to be used for high-quality career and technical education. But we need to do more. I would just like to ask Mr. Harvey, how would something like the Jobs Act, which would allow Pell Grants to be used for high-quality CTE, help us bring people into entry-level healthcare professions? And what other strategies do you all have to suggest to us around retention?
Yeah, I think it would be a big catalyst, quite honestly. We have a program in Indiana that's similar that a number of health centers have used that's funded by the Indiana Department of Workforce Development, though it has its own limitations in terms of funding. It's Next Level Jobs, the governor's Next Level Jobs program, and it provides opportunities for credits towards training in those high priority positions, high demand occupations, and medical assistants are part of it. And a number of the health centers have relied on that because it's a critical source of funding to both support the cost of the training, right? Growing your own is a really great model, but it requires resources, right? And then also for MAs, people that are in the community that are interested in being medical assistants, oftentimes don't have college educations, right? They'll need support themselves to be able to bear the cost of whatever that educational opportunity is. But it's a huge catalyst because when you're growing your own in the community, and if you have resources to enable people who otherwise couldn't get that training, you get someone that's bought in more to the health center, bought in more, retained more, and then health centers oftentimes will double down by creating career ladders for MAs. It's not unusual, and I think the ranking member made this point in the last hearing about a nurse that he knows, where you can go up from MA, LPN, RN, BSN, and really scale up in your career, and you can do that in a health center, right, with some other supports around that. So I think that's a really, really important idea to support people in those areas.
I hope it's an idea whose time has come. It's interesting. The Pell Grant program is known for its flexibility. So we have Pell for full-time college students. We have Pell for part-time college students. We recently restored something that had been part of Pell originally, which is Pell can be used by incarcerated folks to get skills so that when they finish their time, they're going to be able to get productive jobs. But we've never allowed Pell to be used for high-quality career and technical education. So a family that is income qualified for Pell, if they got one child wants to go to college, okay, great, we want you to go to college. You got another child that wants to get CTE, it's like we don't really care about that. And in an economy where there are so many credential programs, you want to make sure that they're high quality, that could be offered for entry-level medical positions or other. We're doing an infrastructure bill. Who's going to build everything? I just hope we can take our tradition of using Pell in a flexible way and finally say high-quality career and technical education is every bit as good as going to college. So this is something I look forward to working on with my colleagues, and I think it would have particular benefit in the healthcare professions. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kaine. Senator Murkowski.
Senator Kaine is up now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director Young. You highlighted the job gains that we've seen under President Biden. That's been remarkable with an unemployment rate as low as it's been in many decades. But the flip side is that I'm hearing from an awful lot of employers who are having a hard time hiring people. A low unemployment rate is good, but it does create labor market challenges. At the same time, I'm hearing from people all across Virginia who want to work, who have great skills, want to be in the workforce, but what's holding them up is the lack of high-quality, affordable child care. I think you mentioned this in one of your interchanges with either Senator Whitehouse or Senator Murray. How will President Biden's budget continue progress in dealing with this issue by funding child care that will be good for kids and parents, but also be good for the productivity of our nation's economy?
Yeah, it matters what you invest in, and we believe we have to grow the economy, and one of the important pieces of the president's investments is child care. You've always funded, or for the foreseeable past, funded child care block grants. I think everyone here would suggest that's not enough, but this budget does, because it's our one existing program on the federal level at $1 billion, building on the 30% increase Congress provided to that program on a bipartisan basis. So we thank you for that. We also go further, and we would establish a mandatory program that would, frankly, be a game changer for parents across this country. And the president believes that, along with our pre-K proposals, universal pre-K4, and for those high performers, pre-K3, between those child care proposals and pre-K proposals, families, especially women who we saw drop out of the workforce during COVID, can re-enter, and we can grow our labor pool and get more people into these jobs.
Thank you for that answer, and I look forward to supporting more child care investments. Virginia is home of an awful lot of federal employees. They've been doing important work maybe particularly the last few years as the constituent needs and demands escalated during COVID. Their wages and salaries haven't been keeping up with the cost of living. Talk to me about what the Biden budget does with respect to pay raise for both civilian federal workers and our service members.
So one, parity is very important to us. For the last 3 budgets, we have put forth a proposal to provide civilians and military. Many times in DOD, civilian and military personnel sitting next to each other towards the same mission. It's only right that both receive the same pay increase, the same COLA. We also took the recommendation of the ECI. The pay raise of 5.2% was built based on economic factors. And it was right to follow that recommendation on an equal basis with the military and with civilians, many of them who worked diligently during COVID, after COVID, and for the American people. And so we followed the recommendations of that economic index because it was the right thing to do, and our federal workers really have overperformed during this difficult time where the federal government really had to respond to make sure our economy and our people got through this pandemic.
Here's a question on a topic that is completely bipartisan, not only in this body but everywhere in this country. It's a desire to reduce deaths by fentanyl and the desire to invest in strategies that will reduce fentanyl being brought into the United States. Most fentanyl that comes in comes across the southern border. It doesn't come in people's backpacks. It comes through ports of entry. Cartels know that they can load trucks up with fentanyl. We only have technology to inspect every few trucks, and they'll run the lottery risk of getting caught every once in a while if they can get fentanyl through our ports of entry. What does the Biden budget do to address strategies for interdicting more fentanyl at our ports of entry?
So one, I've seen it. I've gone to land ports of entry. You see the car doors popped off and a pack full of narcotics, a lot of it fentanyl. It's coming, as you pointed out, through our ports of entry. So we have got to have resources at our ports of entry to make sure we have the equipment in place. The infrastructure law I've mentioned a lot today started us down that path of real true investments in our land ports of entry. And we're going to build on that. This budget would have over $500 million for border technology that will also help with technology that would look for fentanyl. Additionally, $40 million for ICE to combat fentanyl trafficking and disrupt transnational criminal organizations to get at the root of the problem, and $9 million to expand DEA's operations there. So we've got to keep a forward foot and deal with this problem before it gets across the border.
Thank you, Director Young. I yield back, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Sasahara, I want to begin with you. We are going to have a vote tomorrow that begins the process of repealing war authorizations against Iraq, 2 war authorizations. Everybody knows about the 2002 authorization, but we still have a live war authorization against Iraq from 1991, a war, the Gulf War, that was for the purpose of driving Iraq out of Kuwait. My understanding is that the Kuwait-Iraq relationship, after 32 years, they're neighbors, they're productive, they have good diplomatic relations. May not agree on everything, you never agree on everything with the neighbor, but is that your assessment as well, that Iraq-Kuwait relations are generally good and a positive force for stability in the region?
Thank you for the question, Senator, and that is my understanding as well. I think in one sense that was a very hard page to turn. I think most Kuwaitis over the age of 40 lived through it, 30 understand that and remember that. It was a brutal invasion and an even more brutal occupation. So it was a hard page to turn, but they're neighbors, and that geography isn't going to change. And I think through diplomatic discussions directly, they are in a better place, it's stronger, they're reaching a lot of agreements, whether it's on maritime, whether it's on border security. I think they are in a very, very good place.
That's good. You know, one of the things that's hardest in life to do is to beat a sword into a plowshare. And yet you do find in life nations can do it. You know, Germany and Japan are 2 of the United States' most reliable allies right now. we were at war with Iraq to topple the government, and last week Secretary Austin was in Iraq talking about Iraq's important role as a security partner in battling against ISIS or other non-state terrorist groups and checking Iranian aggression, trying to be a force for stability in the region. It's a credit to the United States that we look at an adversary as a temporary adversary and have hope that in the future we might be on the same page. It's a credit to other nations that they can view us in the same way, that, hey, there was tough, bloodshed even between our nations, but we would still rather be your partner down the road than be your adversary. And one of the reasons I'm excited to repeal these authorizations, and there are many reasons, is I think it sends the message even to nations that are adversaries today that you could be an adversary of the United States, but it's not a permanent thing. We would want to always prefer the olive branch to the arrow. And that's why the eagle on the seal of the United States looks toward the olive branch rather than to the arrow, because that's our preference. Ms. Strong, I want to ask you questions. I'm really just to educate me or help me gain an understanding. You're leaving a very challenging position in Saudi Arabia, and you're going to a really challenging and important one in the UAE. I find Saudi Arabia often so perplexing, and I'm still extremely angry over the murder of Jamal Khashoggi, the Virginian Washington Post journalist. I don't think there's been accountability for that. I don't think you can allow crimes of that magnitude to go with no accountability without them proliferating. But as a critic, I do feel duty-bound to also then, if I'm going to be a critic, say something positive. Saudi Arabia recently announced aid to Ukraine. That's great. Saudi Arabia recently announced that to construct a new international airline, they're purchasing aviation platforms that are made in the United States. They could have done something else and gone elsewhere, but they have done that. That's going to be good for the country. It'll be good for my Commonwealth. It does appear that, there's effort to hold on to a ceasefire in Yemen. So what advice would you give this committee? We often find ourselves in a tough spot where we're angry with Saudi Arabia at some things and yet see other areas where they're, making strides that we could support. So as you depart this position, what advice would you give to the Foreign Relations Committee about the way to appropriately exercise oversight over this relationship?
Thank you very much, Senator. And I hesitate to give you advice because you framed so aptly the complexities of the relationship that we have with Saudi Arabia. There are, of course, many grave concerns. And you mentioned Jamal Khashoggi, whose murder was just a horrific act that cannot be repeated. And we've made that clear to Saudi Arabia. And there are, of course, long list of concerns related to human rights. But as you mentioned, there are also efforts on the part of the kingdom and the kingdom's leadership to really remake the kingdom, and we do have to acknowledge the positive changes that are underway there. It's spotty. It's far from perfect. It definitely remains a work in progress. But what I would urge members of this committee is to engage with the Saudis. They need to hear your concerns. I think a lot of times the distance filters out a lot of the nuance, and they do not fully appreciate that our concerns, your concerns, are grounded in some very core concerns that we have that impact on our national security, that may impact on our priorities, foreign policy priorities, and hearing that not just from me or from my colleagues in the Department of State or Department of Defense is very important. And I will tell you that I am yet to go to a meeting with a senior Saudi and have them say, we're not going to talk about a specific problem if you ask. They're very open. As you know, President Biden, when he went to Saudi Arabia, raised all of our key issues, all of the painful issues. And he was very open in the conversation, and the Saudi leadership was as well.
I appreciate.
Thank you. Chairman of the Western Hemisphere Subcommittee, Senator Kaine.
With a lot of hearings going on, and I know that there's a vote underway, and many of the questions that I wanted to ask, I was just chatting, I think have been covered pretty well. But I expect to introduce a bill soon to help strengthen the U.S.-Brazil rule of law cooperation in support of protecting the Brazilian Amazon, which will be critical to attracting greater and more sustainable investment in the region. So to you, Mr. Duke, if we're serious about deepening the partnership with Brazil, environmental cooperation is a really important way to do that. It's very good to see the administration plan to commit financial resources to the Amazon Fund, but do you believe the amount is sufficient, and what are other steps that we can take to deepen this U.S.-Brazil partnership on the Amazon?
Thank you, Senator Kaine. And we share your concern with this issue. When we look at what's required on climate change, stopping deforestation in the Amazon is very high on that list. And it also is important for agricultural systems, including potentially our own agricultural systems, due to the way that the health of the Amazon reverberates in the whole region, in the whole hemisphere. And we want to ensure that whatever we do, we support the Lula administration in replicating and even extending its prior success in reducing deforestation in the Amazon region, since they previously cut deforestation rates over 80%, and they're committed now to working quickly to end deforestation and illegal activities in the Amazon region. To do that, though, does require resources, and it requires substantial resources for results-based approaches like the Amazon Fund, for broader approaches that can be involving the private sector. And we are committed to working with partner governments and with Congress and with the private sector in order to get the job done.
I understand my colleagues have significantly raised the issue of concern about Brazilian-Iranian relations, and I'm appreciative that colleagues have raised that, and hopefully we'll be able to do that soon in person during a visit that many of us hope to take soon. And I also know that there has been questions asked and discussion about the need to backstop and promote democracy in Brazil, a populous nation, a global leader in so many ways. They saw what so many other nations, including the United States, have seen. I grew up and had the opportunity to work in Honduras as a missionary in 1980 and 81, and it was a military dictatorship. And I sort of grew familiar with the fact, because it caused me to rethink my own naivete, that an awful lot of people in the world live under authoritarians. I just didn't think we would see that impulse here at home. But what we've seen in recent years was a little bit different than the sort of dictatorship that I was familiar with. What we've seen is this tendency of people to come into office via democratic means, but then to try to unwind the democratic institutions that protect democracy, rule of law, free press, independent judiciary. And that was obviously a tremendous problem with the previous administration in Brazil. You see it in Turkey, you see it in El Salvador, you see it all around. You saw it on January 6th here at the Capitol, efforts to undermine democracies by weakening the institutions that guard them. And I do believe that Brazil and the United States can work together. I know my colleagues have raised that as a priority, and I know each of you are committed to that. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Senator Kaine, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the witnesses, thank you for your service. I want to ask Director Gerten a question. You and I talked about this a bit already. Last year we had in the committee a lot of backing and forthing over amphibs. And when we had the Navy posture hearing, and I think it was at the end of April, there had been some churn and a suggestion that the Navy and the Marine Corps and maybe the SecDef or the White House was not on the same page with respect to amphib requirements that the Marines would need. At the posture hearing, Admiral Gilday, Secretary Del Toro, Commandant Berger said, we're on the same page. You're not going to see us diverge. You're going to get a report from us soon that will validate the requirements. That was in April. We got the report in late December, and I thought it was going to be like War and Peace size because it had taken so long to get it to us, and it was 4 pages long. It did say that there's a need for 31, which is congressionally directed, So that was good, and it had everybody kind of signed on. But I was surprised that it took so long, and that the analysis, at least what we were given, was so cursory. The President submitted to us his budget last week, and the budget includes only one LHA, no plan to build an LPD in the fit-up. So setting aside that budget, you're not responsible for that budget, but if you're confirmed, how will you approach assessment of the congressionally directed requirements for 31 amphibious ships?
So, Senator, it's not lost on me that this controversy about numbers of ships has been exacerbated even earlier this week with OSD weighing in on, how many ships are going to be in the budget and what in that matter. But for my efforts, working directly with the Chief of Naval Operations and the Commandant of the Marine Corps to make sure we have validated requirements and have those, pushed through the budget process, to make sure we get the right numbers of ships that meet the needs of the national security strategy. I'm perplexed that this has been so controversial, but I'm committed to working on that and getting to the root of it, making sure we're building the right numbers of ships that meet the requirements of the national security strategy.
I'd look forward to working with you on that, and I know other members of the committee feel the same way. Mr. Kaine, I appreciated our visit yesterday, and one of the things we talked about was mental health care, suicide prevention. We've had a string of really challenging instances in Hampton Roads, sailors connected to the George Washington, which has been under a very long refurb, multiple suicides in that portion of the fleet, and then a number of sailors who had been assigned limited duty status at the Mid-Atlantic Regional Maintenance Center on the Norfolk Naval Base also died by suicide, 4 within about a 45-day period. That one caused a light bulb to go off in my head that it should have probably gone off before. If somebody is in the Navy and they have an MOS and they really are trained to do this thing, but then they're not doing that job because their ship's in a seemingly endless refurb, or because of something, it might be a broken bone or a pregnancy, they're assigned into a limited duty status, and it's unclear exactly when that status will end. Will they go back to the fleet? Will they receive a med board and exit the military? Periods where people aren't doing the thing they train for can lead to some sort of hopelessness or confusion or what's my place, and then that can exacerbate other issues and lead to significant mental health challenges. Should you be confirmed, talk to me a little bit about what you want to do to have appropriate mental health services available for all of our military members and their families, but particularly maybe some of those who are in a limited duty status or in another status where they're not necessarily doing what they thought they were going to be doing.
Thank you, Senator. So within the department and under the umbrella of the MNRA shop, there is the Military and Family Life Counselor Program. It is the largest mental health counseling program in the department, 2,600 people worldwide. The great part of that particular process is an individual can go seek counseling on any number of issues without having any PII collected on them. So it frees up that level of burden on an individual. I think if confirmed, I would work with the team to promote that better within the departments, within the services out in the field, so people are more aware of that. Additionally, I think this is a great opportunity where the family programs can step in and offer external or highlight other MWR programs, things like that, that would also get some of these service members out and about, out of their box, thinking a little bit differently.
I appreciate that. I'd look forward to working with you on it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Kaine from Virginia.
There's a funny story about that, Mr. Chair.
This happens to us a lot.
That's my accent. I'm sorry.
This is such an important hearing, and I'm really glad we're having it, and I appreciate the work that you're doing. I have a lot more than I'd like to say, or I have a lot more than 5 minutes, so I'm going to try to be quick. The Army survey, I think the thing that interests me about this survey, and it would probably have some applicability to the other branches as well, is the chief barrier cited, and there's no close second really, the chief barrier cited by 21%, and the next one is 13%, is I'd be putting the rest of my life on hold. So the psychology of that statement is important, I think, to understand. It suggests, and probably this in a all-volunteer military where so few people have the connection to military life, people look at military services, oh, that's something where, I go and do this thing, and maybe it's good for the country, but I put the rest of my life on hold. And they don't connect military service with, this is a building block for the rest of my life. I mean, people who serve in the military gain all these skills. My employers are all the time telling me, I can train for the technical skill, but what I can't train for is an attitude of teamwork, flexibility, stay till the job's done, mission focus, help somebody out. Those skills I can't train for, and I can't find them. And this is what our service members have, and also what our military spouses tend to have. But that answer, I'm not going to serve in the Army because I'd be putting the rest of my life on hold, suggests that the story that we need to tell about military service is that it's a building block to the rest of your life rather than a timeout for 2, 4, or 8 years. And so I wonder, as you're thinking about telling the story and recruiting, how do you intend to get at that chief barrier? Maybe start with Secretary Camarillo.
Thank you, Senator Kaine. You said it perfectly. So what our takeaway was from that survey result was that first and foremost, people in that younger population set don't understand the possibilities and career potential that they get from military service. That tells us we need to reintroduce ourselves, as I said earlier, to the American public as a career destination of choice that creates and expands opportunities for our young people, no matter whether they stay in military service long-term or they go off and take on different careers. So that was part of our approach to not only advertise and highlight the different career choices you have in the Army. If you want to come in and be a cyber specialist, if you want to be a veterinarian, a doctor, a lawyer, you can do almost literally any career choice within the Army for a set period of time. Come and do it as part of national service, and we will give you the training. We'll help you achieve your career aspirations. We'll even fund some of your higher education, college and grad school in some cases. That is the message we're starting to tell, and that is how we're trying to reinforce that people can be all you can be in the Army.
Secretary Raven, then Secretary Jones.
Senator Kaine, you hit it exactly on the nail, exactly on the head. And let me just tell a story about what it might mean for some young Americans. Highly qualified Americans coming out of high school have an opportunity to join the Navy, and if they meet the highest standards we have, they can go to nuclear power school. They can serve on a submarine. They can serve on an aircraft carrier doing incredible things. And if they like what we offer, they can stay in service and have substantial bonuses and opportunities to go to college. It's a great career. If they choose to move on, they will be in demand for the skills that we provide them. So that's what it means in real terms for Americans who might be considering this field.
And Secretary Jones, before you answer, I was intrigued by your comments in your testimony that you're doing really well at attracting folks to Space Force. So to me, that suggests people look at that. Well, that's cool, and that's probably connected to like careers that are kind of aerospace careers. So people might see the connection between that and later and not think it's just time out of their life, but talk about how the Air Force is trying to grapple with this barrier.
Yes, Senator. The Space Force has an overwhelming number of recruits. It is a much smaller number we have to attract, but many people who aren't interested otherwise in serving in the military are interested in the Space Force. To the points that were made by Chairman Reed earlier, we do have a situation where we have a family affair, so to speak, where families, including my own, have a history of military service, where certain parts of the country, regional areas, have more military service. So we need to expand our aperture in terms of who we are talking to about the value of military service. One point that I'll make, often folks think that military service is something to do instead of education, and that is certainly not true in the Department of the Air Force. Our current force has earned 160,000 degrees from associates to PhDs since coming into the service. And so we want to get that message out to people who aren't aware of the outstanding educational opportunities as well as high-tech careers, as my colleagues have mentioned.
Thank you so much. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Senator Kaine. Saved by the bell.
This is one of these days where I have made 4 committee hearings between 9:30 and 11:45, and when I do that, my staff rewards me by allowing me to start tomorrow at 6:45 a.m. instead of 6:30. But I'm sorry that I've missed the entire discussion. I'm very, very interested in this topic, and I guess maybe...
On that subject, Senator Kaine, if you don't mind, I have another
committee
to get to. If you don't mind closing us out, we have the closing materials.
That's what I'll do.
Finish your questioning, and then we're ready to go.
Well, I do get another round here, correct, Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Yeah.
No, you've had 3 now. I'm going to have get another round of questions, especially after you badgered our witness. We'll talk a little bit of reality when I get around to it.
These 3 documents to the record.
You will get more questions, and out of delusions of grandeur, I've decided to move up the dais to take advantage of Sheldon Whitehouse's departure. Virginia is a state that really sees a lot of climate effects, and it's interesting that over my time in public life, the dialogue in Virginia has gone from likely effects in the near future to today. And the 2 areas of the state that are seeing it the most, but not only these 2 areas of the state, are the Hampton Roads area, which is so vulnerable to sea level rise, and the Appalachian area, which because of the narrowness of the valleys is really vulnerable to intense flooding. The rainfall in some of these areas in Virginia is not changing over time. You can look at annual rainfall, it's not changing very much. But it's just being produced in fewer extreme storms, and the infrastructure that we have, schools, roads, and healthcare infrastructure, frankly, in a part of the state where people often have less access to infrastructure, including healthcare, the infrastructure just isn't suited for it. I think there has already been some testimony from Delegate Smith about this issue of urban heat islands. I live in the city of Richmond, and we're a pretty green city compared to many, but in terms of tree cover. But I wonder if, as we look to the future in your experience, what more can local, state, and federal agencies do together to deal with this heat island issue, which would have a whole range of health effects on people's livelihoods?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. And actually, there's been a lot of coverage about Richmond and Baltimore specifically in the heat and rising heat and temperatures. And so I know that there are pockets of both cities that have great tree canopy, right? Yep. But there are still parts that are lagging far behind. And I want to lift up. I know you're just coming to the hearing right now, but I think we've talked a lot about the seriousness of premature death because of heat. Yep. But I think we need to lift up the fact that quality of life. Sometimes people are merely surviving, they're not thriving. And I think that as policymakers, we don't want people to simply be existing in our jurisdictions and states. We want them to be living their optimal life. And so what heat islands can really mean in an urban context is if you already have a pre-existing condition like asthma, who wants to have more asthma attacks than you need to because you're constantly being triggered, right? And we also know for families of school-age children, asthma is the #1 reason for chronic absenteeism from schools, right? And so as we have rising temperatures, there's not just an impact to the mother or father or the guardian's ability to work in a healthy manner. There's also implications for the young people in the home to be able to thrive as students and learners in the community. So some of the things that we can do at the local and state and federal level with strategic investments is improve tree canopy, also painting roofs white. Sometimes these are simple things we could be doing to reduce the absorption of heat into some of these areas of the city. And then also, I know that there's a lot of conversation about where do you put solar energy, right? Mm-hmm. And so one of the bills I was successful in passing was really just reducing some of the tax implications for using the unusable parking decks, other compromised land, yep. You know, and installing solar.
Rooftop spaces.
Absolutely,
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the nice thing about these is they can help you on the health side, but they also are income producers. Somebody with a parking deck that has a roof that's not being used and can do solar. Somebody can paint a roof white. They're going to find that it not only might that have a positive health effect, it would have an effect on the utility bills as well. Dr. Marty, I want to ask you about one topic, and then I'm going to come to Senator Johnson. As I interact with young people, you know, and I've stopped just thinking of myself like a young person when I got a Medicare card 6 weeks ago. And when I interact with young people, there is a palpable sense of anxiety among many, dread, fear, kind of an existential one. We had Earth Day was Saturday, and I noticed that I live in Richmond, the large public university, Virginia Commonwealth University, had a very sizable student Earth Day activism. And, you know, we have these every year, and I see the messaging, and might be pro-recycling messaging, but I see some of the messaging getting more and more distraught and more anxious. We're living in an anxious time. COVID was tough. You know, young people in particular, I think, have had a challenging last few years. It's been a time of isolation, COVID, and that's not good for young people or seniors. But talk a little bit about mental health impacts as we're talking about COVID effects on healthcare. I want to make sure we give enough attention to mental health issues, and particularly mental health issues with young people. So what are you seeing in your practice?
So we're seeing, thank you, Senator, for the question, and I think you've done a very nice summary of how people feel and how young people feel. We're seeing rising depression and rising anxiety levels in our youth, in our teens, and I think that this is multifactorial. I think, as you pointed out, COVID has had a huge impact, and I think that climate change and this recognition of climate change, concerns about the future, add a baseline depression and anxiety to our population. But similarly, as we've talked about today, climate change acts through many different mechanisms. So we have this baseline concern about climate change and rising overall mean temperatures, but on top of that, we have mental health outcomes from disasters, so wildfires, hurricanes, et cetera.
Shootings.
That augments this. And we also see increasing depression and suicide attempts with heat waves and temperature. So there's a physiologic link between these changes as well. So we're seeing changes in mental health through many different mechanisms.
And before I turn to Senator Johnson, I guess the other thing I would say is, while there are challenges, there are also some upside opportunities in the mental health space, being involved as part of solutions, knowing that there are some solutions you can do in your own house, in your own neighborhood. Being able to take part in solutions can have a positive impact on mental health, because people don't just feel hopeless and that it's beyond them. They believe that they, in fact, can have a hand in solving it. And in Virginia, we've seen this in a significant way. We were never a big producer of alternative energy, low and no carbon energy. Coal, yes. Natural gas, yes. But we were bottom 10 solar and no wind compared to other states. And so when we talked about climate in Virginia, we tended to talk about what I led with, which was the challenges of climate change. Now we've moved into the top quarter in the nation in deployment of solar, and we are going to be the East Coast Center of Excellence for offshore wind. And that is producing not only some jobs, it's also producing a little bit of a positive, kind of can-do attitude. We're not just a climate change problem child, we're also going to be an innovator. It's going to help not only Virginians but others. And there's a positive mental health side to being a problem solver in something like this.
Kaine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Secretary Sue, thank you for meeting with me earlier and talking about issues that I'm concerned with in Virginia, the tight labor market, seasonal visas for a lot of our seafood workers. I really appreciate it. I look forward to supporting you and working with you on those issues. I just want to summarize some topics, and I want you to tell me if I'm wrong at all in summarizing what I've heard before. Business interaction, Senator Romney said that you had only started to meet with business associations recently, but during your 2 years, you've met with businesses repeatedly, correct?
Yes.
Chambers of Commerce, United Airlines, businesses connected with ports all around the country, railroad industry. So you've had dialogue with businesses constantly during your 2 years. Isn't that accurate?
That is correct.
And
Thank
business
you,
groups like the Los Angeles Chamber of Commerce have said about you, Secretary Sue, quote, has worked with the Chamber numerous times to bring a reasonable, balanced voice to labor issues. That's one of the biggest chambers of commerce in the United States. Isn't that correct?
I don't know for a fact, but yes, I do believe that is what they said. Thank you.
And the Society for Human Resources Management, which manages it's HR professionals, businesses around the country, they support your nomination. So I think in business interaction, it seems like you have been engaging in the dialogue with businesses. To Senator Mullen's point, you haven't run a business. We have cabinet members who have. I think cabinet members should bring diverse experiences to the table. You bring a set of experiences. You can't have all experiences, but other members of the cabinet, Gina Raimondo, Secretary of Commerce, had a very active role in the private sector before her public service career. With respect to the concern about independent contractors, folks are concerned with this particular California AB 5 law. It began with a California Supreme Court decision. You've never been on the California Supreme Court. It was codified by the California legislature. You were not a member of the California legislature. You were obligated to implement state laws just as you would be obligated to implement federal laws in your capacity as Deputy Secretary of Labor. You have issued a regulation in this space that does not incorporate the ABC test for determining who is an employee and who's an independent contractor. Major groups that were concerned with AB 5, like Lyft and the Franchise Association, have praised the federal standard that you've issued as Thank goodness this standard does not include the thing we didn't like about the California standard. So there's a PR campaign, don't California, Arizona, or don't let Julie sue California, our workplace. Very explicitly, the independent contractor rule that Department of Labor is issuing now is not the AB5 rule, so the attacks on the AB5 rule really are not relevant to what the Department of Labor is doing today. On the unemployment insurance issue, I agree with Senator Romney and others. Fraud's outrageous, and especially people taking advantage and defrauding a program that was designed to help the nation out of a crisis. But many states, as Senator Murphy said, had fraud rates much higher. And for people who just didn't focus on this, let's be really clear about what this fraud was. I'm going to give you some statistics. The week that ended March 14, 2020, which was the last pre-pandemic week, 278,000 Americans filed unemployment insurance claims. The next week, it was 2.9 million Americans. The week after that, it was 5.9 million Americans. The week after that, it was 6.1 million Americans. So our nation's employment agencies that had been used to dealing with 278,000 claims a week nationally were now dealing with 20 times that. And what did Congress do? We did three things that added to your workload even beyond that explosion of claims. We first said you have to give benefits for more weeks. We second said you have to increase the amount of benefits to get us through this economic catastrophe. But the third thing, and this is where all the fraud was, in every state, including Virginia, we made you pay unemployment benefits to a whole class of people who are not part of the unemployment system. Independent contractors, gig workers. Congress required you to do that. People who weren't in the California system, who weren't in the Virginia system, and we did it to save the economy. 95% of the fraud in California was in that program, and that 95% number was probably the same in virtually every state. It was Congress that required you at a time when your workforce was low because unemployment claims were low. But now unemployment claims were expanding 20-fold. Just in your normal business, we made you do three things, including one thing that was adding people who hadn't been in the system at all. And some scammers took advantage of it. It infuriates me when scammers take advantage of seniors or when scammers take advantage of something like that. But you were dealing with a reality that you can't blame Congress for this, but I can be honest about how this problem got created. And I'm upset with the fraud, but I'm not upset that Congress did what it did because it helped this nation get through the worst public health emergency and one of the most serious economic challenges in the last 100 years. I think you did a fine job under challenging circumstances trying to negotiate through this extraordinary set of programs, and I think you've done a fine job in your 2 years as Deputy Secretary, and I look forward to supporting your nomination.
Senator Budd.
Start with Senator Kaine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Ms. Bennett, good to see you again. I was pleased to see that one of the panelists on the second panel, and I'm going to duck out for a minute but then come back for the second panel, Jessica Brandt, in her written testimony urged greater resourcing for USAGM and VIA in Latin America, given the presence of over 40 million native Spanish speakers here and the inherent linkages we have with the region. Given the increasing footprint of both Russia and Chinese efforts in the region, do we have sufficient resources dedicated to our needs in Latin America?
We do not. We do not. We have been severely under-resourced in both of those areas in particular. And as we're talking about, this is now a global problem. This is not a problem with the mis and disinformation being just inside the countries. It's coming everywhere. So we actually need a lot more resources in order to reach these people. And there are many, many ways in which we could be better resourced, including technologically, personnel, and also in terms of journalist safety as well, because we're increasingly putting journalists into harm's way.
I wanted to ask about journalist safety on World Press Freedom Day. How have we responded to repressive environments? And in particular, I'm going to stick with the Americas. Independent media in Nicaragua have been severely abused and their resources cut. But there's also an increasingly dangerous environment for journalists in neighboring countries. El Salvador, Guatemala, Mexico has had a horrible set of challenges for journalists. What are we doing and what more can we do to try to provide safety for independent journalists in Latin America?
That is one thing we are really working extremely hard to make sure that we have basically whatever the state-of-the-art protection is for journalists, and that includes equipment, it includes protection, physical protection, it includes protection in the buildings that they occupy, it includes training about how to handle themselves in very difficult situations, and it also includes making sure that we have the resources to remove journalists from dangerous areas and to find other places to take them when they find themselves in danger. It's something, as you've seen, we faced around the world, particularly in Russia. I just returned from a trip to see Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty, where we met with the Russian journalists who've had to move 4 to 6 times now because they had to flee from inside Russia, some of them with only a bag in their hand. And one of them very plaintively said, I hope my neighbor is taking care of my dog. And they've been gone for a year. And they hope they'll be back in a couple of months. And I leave it to you to decide whether that's the case. But being able to support those people and find them other places to go, other places to live, help them deal with the trauma they've endured. All of those things are critical. Because of what we ask them to do, we're asking them to put themselves in harm's way, and we owe them at least the best protection we can give them.
Last question I want to ask is just an oversight question on internal management. Your agency is one that in employee surveys recently, but it has not just been recently, has been ranked pretty lowly in terms of the morale of employees. You're new to the position. You have a lot of experience in working at some very, very high-watt news organizations. What are you doing as the CEO to try to bring up morale at USAGM?
And Senator, I appreciate your discretion in talking about the lowness. We were actually dead last for a long time, and we probably deserved it. Last year, however, we got an award from the Partnership for Public Service for being the most improved agency, I believe, in the entire government, under the leadership of the acting CEO and the acting director of Voice of America and the returned heads of all the other agencies. So that shows that it can change, and literally giving people good equipment, giving people the proper leadership, giving people direction, making sure that we do the job of clearing away the red tape that often entangles them and makes it difficult for them even to get plane tickets to get to the places they're trying to work. All those things are important, and we are really committed to basically increasing the communication and the engagement with our employees. Again, because whether or not they're in harm's way, we deserve to give them the best that they can possibly have, and I think that's part of my responsibility.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you were coming to one in midstream, but so I'll probably repeat some. But in prepping for a similar hearing in this committee a couple of years ago, I did a little bit of research that I haven't updated. But so I may be slightly off in this, and if I am, perhaps you can tell me if I am. I looked at items, budgetary items, and whether they have been increasing as a percentage of the GDP or decreasing. Non-defense discretionary spending has been decreasing as a percentage of our GDP. Defense spending has been decreasing as a percentage of our GDP. Those are the two big spending categories. What has been increasing are 3 categories. Spending in the kind of, entitlement, earned benefit programs, Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, disability. Thank goodness we're aging. A lot of people are living a lot longer, and those expenses tend to be increasing as a percentage of the GDP. Debt service is increasing as a percentage of the GDP, and the other item that is increasing as a percentage of the GDP is tax expenditures. Tax collections are decreasing as a percentage of the GDP. Tax expenditures are increasing as a percentage of the GDP. Is that was work I did a couple of years ago? Is that still basically accurate, or anybody want to quibble with the way I've said it?
Nope. Exactly correct.
Yep. Please, Mr. Kogan, you want to say something?
No, I was saying you were right. I gave you a thumbs up. Sorry, Senator.
Okay. I never get a thumbs up, so I never. I don't know how to interpret it. So So that's just, that's why we're here. Tax expenditures are increasing as a percentage of the GDP while virtually everything else is reducing. We need to tackle the areas that are increasing as a percentage and look for solutions, and we need to ask whether the areas that are reducing are good for the long-term health of the country. Tax expenditures increase as a percentage of the GDP, for a variety of reasons. I'm with Senator Johnson. I want a lot simpler tax code, a lot simpler tax code. I want to treat income as income. I don't want to give people a break if they make their salary and they call it carried interest. I want to treat income as income. I want it to be progressive. If the simpler we make it, the less we give incentives for people to play games and structure transactions and hire phalanxes of tax accountants and lawyers, and that might hurt my old profession, but I think it would be better for the country. It would be fair. So it sounds like there's some consensus among witnesses from, kind of any direction that simplification should be a goal of ours. What about setting goals for both expenditures and revenues as a percentage of GDP? The chairman, Senator Whitehouse, is interested in budget process reforms. As you guys know, the real action on the budget is in the Appropriations Committee. What we can do here, though, is set guidelines, set policy, try to figure out, the way to do more rational budgeting. If we were to try to do rational budgeting around, expenditures should be some percentage of GDP and revenues should be some percentage of GDP, would that be a good way to look at how to do budgeting? And if so, how would you approach a challenge like that? Mr. Bartlett.
Well, the Congress discussed all this matters.
Right before everybody wants to take a break and spend some time with family. And so if we just took the Budget Control Act of 1974, adjusted all the dates backwards 3 months, you would start to see a dramatic reduction in CRs, and you would start to see, budgets being done a little more according to what was originally the intent. Even if you do the Budget Act right and we do it according to Hoyle, we still don't really have a policy at the federal level for something like debt management. A debt limit is not a policy for debt management. Every state I was a governor, we have a policy. Debt shall be no more than X percent of state GDP. Debt service shall be no more than Y percent of annual outlays. We use debt differently at the federal level, obviously. At the state level, it's going to be used for capital. Programs, and that's understandable, but we don't have a debt management policy, and one of the reasons we end up in hearings like this and do them again and again and again is that we don't have a debt management policy.
Well, one suggestion that has been made many, many times before is to separate the capital expenditures from the operating expenditures.
As state and local governments do.
Exactly. I think if you had a capital budget, it would help.
All right, thank you. Our witnesses, what an important hearing, and my colleagues have asked a lot of good questions that I was thinking about asking, but I decided I'd like to just take my time to speak to any young person that's watching this hearing here in the room or watching it live or maybe watching it streamed. Young people feeling depressed about the future of the world, feeling hopeless, has many causes, but to some degree, you probably feel that way because you think adults have let you down. Climate change, gun violence, a couple people were killed in my hometown at a high school graduation the other day. Both my kids graduated from that building. My wife and I both spoken in that building. That's where we do all the graduations in Richmond. So I think young people's part of this sense of hopelessness is this feeling that adults have let us down, whether it's on climate or guns or political polarization or kids getting kicked around by adults for political purposes if they're marginalized. I look in my own life, I have a Social Security card now, but I look in my own life can I even remember what it was like to be a 5 to 18-year-old? And I want to tell you, I had the same feeling when I was 5 to 18, that the adults in the world were letting us down. I came home from kindergarten in November of 1963. I saw my mother crying for the first time in front of the television because JFK had been assassinated. I picked up the newspaper in April of 1968 and the news of MLK being assassinated, and then in June of 68, RFK being assassinated. You saw protests about the Vietnam War. You saw protests about civil rights issues. I was 16 when a president was forced to resign because of corruption. So my formative life from 5 to 16 was a time of chaos. War, nuclear weapons drills in the classroom. It was a time of chaos, and there was a palpable feeling that I had and that a lot of my friends had, that the adults in the world were letting us down. And that was a creator of confusion and anxiety and even depression. We weren't so open about talking about mental health and mental health stresses then, but I could just remember that feeling. But what I want to say to young people watching, and Dr. Murthy, your focus on loneliness and isolation really gets at something really important. Young people have the power. Young people have the power to change the reality if you link arms and band together, and to reduce some of the things that might make you feel hopeless or depressed right now. Because in all of that confusion, I saw young people a little older than me. I wasn't in the age, but I saw young people protesting against the war and helping lead to its end. I saw young people in the civil rights movement helping battle to get voting rights done and civil rights laws passed. I saw young people who are now eligible to vote at age 18 becoming deeply engaged in events that led to improvements, that led to a Congress willing to hold a president accountable for impeachable behavior, forcing his resignation. And so the lesson that I learned from 5 to 16 was, yeah, adults were screwing a lot of things up. And if we waited for adults to solve those things, we would wait for a very long time. But when the young high schoolers and college kids that I was looking up to as a younger person linked arms and said, well, we're not going to just wait for adults to fix it. We're going to get engaged. When young people do that, young people change the direction of the country. And so I guess what I would just like to say to any young person watching this is, you might not think you have the power to change the conditions that you find depressing. I think an awful lot of young, well, I'm not even old enough to vote yet, or what does one vote matter, or, you know, the system is rigged so that we don't matter. Our history shows the opposite. Things get worse when young people don't engage. Things get better when young people do engage. And not only do they get better in society, but the therapeutic value of linking arms with colleagues to battle for improvements in climate or reductions in gun violence, that very act of forming community among young people has a positive impact not only on society, but on one's sense of well-being. You have a purpose on the table right before you. And if you look at us and you think we're not responsive to you, you can link arms and you can change the world and feel a lot better about the world that you're living in. So with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Senator Kaine. Senator Cassidy.
Thanks.
So I've been for a closing statement.
I've been listening to this back and forth at this hearing. I've come to the following 3 conclusions. Despite attempts to observe the obvious, Democrats receive more dark money than Republicans and don't want the public to know it. Secondly, the problem of climate change is worthy of consideration, but these hearings go past consideration. Democrats don't even bring in climate scientists to bring hearing to have conversation about extreme, unrealistic modelings. Democrats want Americans to think that you're, as Americans, too stupid to think up for themselves. Our time was clearly be better spent doing budgetary works in this committee, which I'm fully prepared to do.
Mr. Chairman, just
Senator
a real,
Johnson
just,
is recognized for,
just a,
unusually,
just
we
a
will
real,
give him the courtesy of a 1-minute closing statement.
just a real quick point. Listen, I certainly want disclosure as well, but I think it should be toward candidates. And certainly when it comes to scientific research, conflicts of interest. The issue with the disclosure of donors to groups really was settled by the Supreme Court in the 50s with Alabama versus the NAACP, where Alabama wanted to disclose the donors to the NAACP, and we know why. And that same concern exists today because we've seen individuals being doxxed, we've seen people being attacked for supporting a group that maybe the other side doesn't particularly like. So there is a rationale for donors being able to donate to a cause that they feel strongly about without their donation being disclosed. Okay, so there's a legitimate argument on the other side. I mean, again, I would be pleased with unlimited campaign contributions, full disclosure within 24 hours. That's an appropriate use. Okay, but again, there's funding so many different ways, different organizations, union. It's just not. Again, I know it's a good sounding bill, but it's misguided.
Mr. Chair, 30 seconds.
And none of that. Yes, Senator Kaine, we're have your minute too.
I'll take 30 seconds. I don't think you can analogize NAACP members in the Alabama of the 1950s and their need for protection from criminal prosecution to wealthy individuals who want to support often untrue political ads without their name being associated with those untruths. I just challenge that analogy.
As do I. And with that, the hearing is concluded.
Thank you, Senator Romney. And Senator Kaine, thank you for spelling me in the chair for a little while.
Absolutely. Thank you, Senator Van Hollen. And to all of the nominees, congratulations. You're well suited for your positions. Mr. Libby, let me start with you. I just want to follow up a little bit on Senator Menendez with respect to Nagorno-Karabakh and the Lachin corridor being closed. You talked about the peace process, the path forward is having a short, medium, and long-term component, which we completely get. My worry, though, is the closure of the corridor should definitely be on the short term, not for resolution of the long-term issues, because it strands 120,000 ethnic Armenians without access to medical care, gasoline, food. The U.S. has been pretty full-throated in condemning the closure. Administrator Power with USAID, other U.S. officials, UNICEF, UN agencies have called for it to be open. And I just would want your commitment that you will continue that clear U.S. message that however it takes to get us to a medium and long-term solution, the closure of this Lachin corridor by the Azerbaijani activists, likely with the backing of the Azerbaijan government, is a clear and present challenge to those citizens, and we should be doing all we can to expeditiously seek its reopening. Do you agree with me on that?
Yes, Senator, I do, and thank you for that question. That's been a strong point by the administration, as you noted, by Administrator Power, and I share that sense of urgency. We've got to solve that problem and get traffic flowing again. I absolutely agree with that, sir.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kagan, I want to ask you a question dealing with an issue that's important in Malaysia, but also very important in Virginia, and it deals with the Chinese treatment of Uyghurs. The Malaysian Prime Minister Ibrahim has refrained from publicly criticizing China on the Uyghur genocide, but Malaysia has been a rare Muslim-majority country that has been granting safe passage to Uyghurs and refusing to extradite them back to China. Virginia is home of one of the largest Uyghur American communities in the U.S., and many of those families have family members in the Uyghur area of China who are being persecuted. We've been working with a number of Virginia families because their relatives have been unjustly imprisoned by the Chinese Communist Party simply for being Uyghur. The CCP's widely documented genocide against Uyghurs and other ethnic and religious minority groups in Xinjiang remains a clear affront to human rights. You've been in Kuala Lumpur in the past. You know it well. Malaysia does appear more willing than most Muslim countries to offer support to Uyghurs escaping persecution from the CCP. What do you attribute that to, and what more can we do to support the Malaysian government in those humanitarian efforts?
Thank you very much for your question, Senator. And I want to start off by just saying I was remiss in not thanking you earlier for your very kind introduction, which I appreciate very much. I think that there's a couple of things that you've put your fingers on. I think one is that Malaysia has a long history of tolerance and support for victims of political violence and for refugees, going back to the large numbers of Vietnamese boat people who were harbored in Malaysia, and many of whom then came on to the United States from there. I think that there is also no question that Malaysians are, very sensitive to the dynamics of oppression of Muslims around the world. And I think that they are aware of the genocide and the repression and human rights abuses against Uyghurs. So I think that this is an area where, if confirmed, I would want to do a couple of things. One is work with the Malaysian government. But I think that in this, it's also very important to work with Malaysian civil society to promote greater awareness and understanding of what is happening. And I think that we're lucky that in Malaysia, there is a partner that isn't turning a blind eye to the terrible things that are happening in Xinjiang. Thank you, Senator.
I think you're right. We're lucky to have a partner that recognizes that. There's an awful lot of backsliding in the world against protection of those who are persecuted for human rights reasons. And there's also, if not backsliding, often a coldly business calculation that we could stand up for values, but it might cost us in other ways. And so people aren't willing to stand up for values. Governments aren't willing to stand up. And so since Malaysia has a history of doing this, that needs to not only be encouraged, but even spotlit so that nations around the world understand the value that they're providing. The last thing I'll just say, Ms. Biswell, the OIG issued a report in FY 2023 with sort of 4 top management challenges for your agency. And they aren't really management challenges in the sense of, big problems. I think morale was pretty high, but a new agency getting off the ground that's, grappling with making the structure really work. And I just would like your commitment. I think that OIG report was a solid one. And I would just like your commitment that you would take that very seriously in working with this new agency to help it be all it can be.
Yes, Senator, you absolutely have that commitment, and I, if confirmed, intend to focus quite a bit on the management aspects of the job.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks to all the witnesses.
Kaine is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 items that I want to talk about. One, some good news. Mr. Painter, you challenged us at the end of your opening testimony, hey, don't just be finger pointing at each other, get something done. And I do think we have to say this hearing is within the still recent aftermath of 2 really powerful pieces of legislation that Congress has passed to help us battle climate change, to help the United States become leaders in the battle against climate change. The bipartisan infrastructure bill, a number of my colleagues worked hard on this bill, makes significant investments in all kinds of infrastructure. The nation needs it, but including clean energy infrastructure. And then the Inflation Reduction Act, which was partisan, it passed by 1 vote in the Senate, also really rockets the United States ahead in climate leadership by promoting investments in clean energy. We've seen the effect of this in Virginia. Virginia was one of the worst states in the country in terms of any embrace of wind or solar low carbon energy, at the same time as we were one of the states most vulnerable to sea level rise. But now in both wind deployment offshore, Virginia is becoming a leader not only in deploying wind offshore, but also in becoming a hub of manufacturing of offshore wind components, good for the economy. But also in the solar space, Virginia has moved from sort of bottom 10 deployment to top 10. So the efforts of disinformationists notwithstanding, it's not like Congress has just basically accepted the disinformation and gridlocked. We've taken action, and we can debate too hot, too cold, just right, more steps to take. I believe we do need to take more steps. But I do think Congress is acting on this, and we're acting on it in a way that is rocketing ahead great American innovation, creating jobs, putting us in a position where we can encourage others to do the same, a global leadership position, and I think that's important. And then the other point I wanted to make was with respect to something that Mr. Walter said in his testimony, because I don't want anybody watching this to be confused or disinformed. You used a phrase that said the left wants to silence. The left wants to silence speech it doesn't like. We're talking about disclosure. We're not talking about silencing anyone. Dr. Pilkey said it's important to know resources can pervert research. And those resources could come from the left or the right or from anywhere or from foreign sources. It could pervert research. And you said it's really important that on research you be able to figure out if there's a conflict of interest. Resources can pervert campaigns. Mr. Painter, you talked about watching it from the George W. Bush administration through and seeing the effect on campaign contributions and dark money perverting campaigns. Research can pervert the reputation of the Supreme Court. When people appearing before the court are hosting members of the court on luxury vacations who then choose not to disclose it, there is a possibility that worries Americans that justice is being perverted. So who would argue that we shouldn't rout out conflicts of interest? And if we can't eliminate them all, at least we can make them transparent so that voters and citizens and legislators and journalists can figure out what's going on. That's why the American public overwhelmingly supports the Disclose Act. If you look at polling, Republican, Independent, Democratic, everybody believes they should have the right to know who's funding campaigns. Even a person who may never go look at the website to determine who's doing it still thinks they have the right to it, and that should they want to, that information should be there for them. And that's why I'll go back to what my colleague, Senator Merkley, was saying. I don't believe for an instant that if you added up the total of dark money, it's a more significant problem on the Democratic side than the Republican side, because all Democrats are very wanting to get rid of dark money because all Democrats support the Disclose Act. And since Mike Castle was defeated in a Republican primary for Senate in Delaware in 2010, I don't think we've had a single Republican member of either the House or the Senate who has been willing to support the Disclose Act. Those who are willing to say, let it all be transparent, are not trying to silence anyone. They're trying to actually provide the best information to everyone, while those who insist upon opacity, insist upon secrecy, resist transparency, they got something to hide. They got something to hide. And so my hope is, I just resonate with what Dr. Pilkey said. We ought to be able to determine, wherever we are, everyday people, journalists, elected official, expert, whether there's a conflict of interest that could threaten the credibility of information that we receive. Everybody ought to be able to determine that. And we get there by doing things like the Disclose Act, and it would be my hope that at some point we would be able to get some Republican votes to back that up. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Let me thank the witnesses for a very helpful hearing. I'll make a brief closing statement, if I may, to follow up on what Senator Kaine has said. Senator Kaine is a very able lawyer. I've got to get down to judiciary. Senator Kaine is a very able lawyer, and one of the key features or subtopics, if you will, of this hearing has been the problem of conflicts of interest and how to explore conflicts of interest. Exploring conflicts of interest is how you distinguish in part between a simple difference of opinion and motivated opinion, opinion that is paid for and is perhaps not even sincerely held. And I think it's important to recognize the importance of bias and conflict of interest when you're dealing with testimony, whether it's in Congress or whether it's in courtrooms. As Senator Kennedy just said, it has to do with your credibility. And it's important that that be disclosed, because the difference between paid for opinion and real research is a very important thing. Mr. Pilkey has been quite good about this. If I may quote from a Substack. Experts monetizing their expert is one important reason why people become experts. But where expertise and financial interests intersect, things can get complicated. That is why there are robust mechanisms in place for the disclosure and mitigation of financial conflicts of interest. All of this is just common sense. Your doctor can't prescribe you drugs from a company that pays him fees. You wouldn't think much of a report on smoking and health from a researcher supported by the tobacco industry. And because we're both lawyers, we also have spent some time in courtrooms. And one thing I can tell my colleagues about a courtroom is that when you have a witness, particularly when you have an expert witness, one of the things you explore in your cross-examination of that witness is their bias, is their conflicts of interest. It is so normal in courtrooms to challenge witnesses on how they're paid and who is paying them that it would be error for a court to refuse to allow the lawyer to conduct that examination. It is as established a principle of trial practice as exists. So let's appreciate that if it's essential in a courtroom for a jury and a judge to be able to test the credibility of a witness by having their conflicts of interest made a matter of record for the judge and jury to see, it is also appropriate for other hearings as well. So with that, Mark, thank you, Mr. Pilkey. I see you're nodding. You want to make your own?
A minute, me and Johnson.
You want to offer?
A minute?
I'll give
one minute for me?
Of course.
Okay.
General Brown, congratulations to you and your family for the nomination. You're eminently qualified for the position. Just situational awareness. Two events happened yesterday that really bear upon the nation's military mission. One very positive, one negative. The positive event yesterday was the announcement by the Biden administration working together with the NATO Secretary General and the governments of Sweden and Turkey that Turkey would support accession of Sweden to NATO. It was followed up immediately by an announcement from Hungary that they would also support accession of Sweden to NATO. Just in the last few years, people were questioning whether NATO had value, whether the U.S. should continue in NATO. We have demonstrated through American leadership the strength of alliances, that democracies in the world can link arms, and when we do, our alliances enable us to defend Ukraine and promote democracy throughout the world. And I think it's important to recognize that the U.S. and the cause of global democracy is stronger today because of this decision announced yesterday that Sweden would now be greenlit for NATO membership. The bad event that happened yesterday was the retirement of General David Berger. It was not bad that he retired. He had a distinguished career and served very ably, as we all know. But for the first time after that retirement, in 164 years, the United States Marine Corps does not have a commandant confirmed by the Senate of the United States. I'm the father of a United States Marine. I'm unaware of anything that the Marines have done that would warrant being punished in this way. I'm unaware of anything that the Marines have done that would warrant being disrespected in this way, having their leadership hobbled in this way. One of my colleagues is exercising a prerogative to place a hold on 250 generals and flag officers. I'm unaware of anything that they have done that would warrant them being disrespected or punished or delayed in their careers. Just because a prerogative can be exercised doesn't mean that it should be exercised. We marked up the National Defense Authorizing Act in this committee 2 weeks ago, and there were some things that I wanted in the act that I did not get in. I was disappointed. There were some things that got added to the act that I opposed. I was disappointed. But I'm not taking my disappointment out on people who have volunteered to wear the uniform of this country and even risk their lives in doing so. I would urge all of my colleagues to turn away from the path that we're on where we are disrespecting and punishing people because we're unhappy with policies in the military that these individuals had nothing to do with. If I'm not able to convince my colleagues in a committee of a position, that's on me. I'll have to try to do a better job next time and maybe try to convince more to support the position that I've taken. But if I'm unable to do that, I would never even contemplate taking out my disappointment and punishing people who have volunteered to wear the uniform of this country. People who volunteer to serve in the military do so knowing that their lives could be at risk. But if they think, not only will my life be at risk, but do I want to run the risk that a member of the Senate being unhappy with a policy I had nothing to do with may choose to block my career, that might be a risk that people might choose not to undertake. That might be the kind of thing that might make them decide if my Article I branch is not going to respect the service that I have given this country, including deployments overseas, maybe I should look for a line of work where I will be respected. General Brown, I want to ask you a question about AUKUS. I think this committee and other committees have been following the AUKUS agreement very closely. I'm particularly focused on it as the chairman of the Sea Power Subcommittee, and also because some of the work on the Virginia-class submarines that are part of Pillar 1 will be done in Virginia. Much of the focus on AUKUS right now is about Pillar 1, the ability to transfer Virginia-class submarines and related technology to Australia. Pillar 2 refers to a suite of cooperative activities in areas such as advanced capabilities, quantum, AI, cyber, hypersonics. If confirmed, what role do you see for yourself in advancing integrated integrated deterrence initiatives in the Indo-Pacific, such as AUKUS?
Well, Senator, the thing I do think about when you look at AUKUS, as you highlighted, it was more the nuclear-powered submarines, but it's all these other factors that we can bring together to break down barriers to work with allies and partners, not just with Australia and the UK in this case, but really across the Indo-Pacific. One of the benefits that I've had is having served as a commander of Pacific Air Forces is the number of air chiefs and chiefs of defense and, in some cases, ministers of defense that I've known personally, had a chance to engage with. That dialogue to me is hugely important to determine how best we can move forward and break down barriers and identify areas that we can work together on as not only as a military, but also between our nations as well. And that's where my focus will be, is to continue that dialogue, to ensure we can work together and then highlight where the challenges may be, and then work with the right entities to be able to move forward to ensure that we are able to win the next war if called upon to do so, but definitely deter us to avoid war.
I thank you for that answer. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kaine, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And General George, great to meet with you yesterday. I look forward to supporting your nomination. I'll add to the recruiting challenge. You could hardly send a worse message to people who are thinking about joining the military and maybe making a career out of it than is being sent right now with these military holds. One of my kids is a Marine officer, 8 years active, now a reservist. Like everybody else who joins an all-voluntary military, willing to risk their life for their country. But why would they sign up to serve knowing that a member of the United States Senate could block their professional advancement because they're disappointed with a policy that they had nothing to do with? And that's what's happening right now. 250 people, soon to be more than 600, who have volunteered to wear the uniform of the country and risk their life to defend the country, are being blocked from professional advancement because a member of this body is disappointed with a policy that these hundreds had nothing to do with. If you're disappointed with a policy in the military, especially if you're a member of this committee, you have an opportunity every year when we mark up a defense bill to try to convince your colleagues that the policy should be changed. I've been now through 11 NDAAs on this committee, and every year I introduce amendments and try to convince my colleagues that my position is right. And sometimes I prevail, but I often don't. And if I can't convince my colleagues I'm right, that's on me. But I don't take it out on hundreds of officers and their families whose lives are being put in limbo because I'm unhappy. This is, I associate myself with Senator King's points. This is hurting our defense. This is hurting our nation when we are in a very challenging global environment. And as we're talking about what we can do to try to make military service more attractive, it's sending exactly the wrong message to people that we are trying to encourage to join the military. General George, I think you were aware, we had a hearing earlier this year where Army experts came and talked about the recruiting challenge, and they listed the reasons that through some intense surveying why recruiting is tough. And the number one reason is I'm worrying that I'm putting my life on hold, that others will move ahead and I will not, because I'll be in a situation where I can't advance. That was even a more powerful factor than I'm worrying about the risk of my life. People were able to accept that risk and still wanted to join, but the number one factor that people weren't joining is, gosh, I'm worried that if I join the military, I'm going to have to put my life on hold and I won't be able to advance like others. This body is sending a loud message that is being heard all over this country to people who have risen through the ranks, who have served, who have deployed multiple times, whose families have moved, who've sacrificed. We're sending a loud message to them that, wow, Kaine's mad about something that the Pentagon is doing, and he couldn't convince his colleagues that it was right. So what, I should just punish everybody who had nothing to do with it? I pray that we will turn from this dangerous path, because if one senator can do this, hey, all 100 will find something at the Pentagon that they're not wild about, and suddenly it's okay. Well, look, I'm not happy, and I couldn't convince my colleagues, but I at least can punish people who are blameless. I hope we'll turn from this. General, I want to ask you about the Radford Depot. My team and I recently went to the Radford Army ammunition plant. We heard about the challenges that they face competing for contracts. Radford's a strategic capability, critical component in our nation's mission to produce munitions, which is important and getting more important. Although cost is an important consideration in these items, we also need to preserve the viability of organic industrial base. I know you've spent time focusing upon the munitions production needs of the country. So how do you view the balance between choosing vendors with lowest cost bids while maintaining the ability to deliver readiness from our organic industrial base?
As you mentioned, Senator, Radford and several other depots out there are critically important, and it's an amazing workforce, having been to a bunch of them and what they do and just how patriotic they are in their mission. I think what we are looking at doing, and we have spent some of our own money to try to, we need to, inside the budget. We appreciate the support we've gotten from Congress. I think we got $1.6 billion last year to also invest in that. We do have to upgrade these depots. I think that it's important to do that and do it in a way where we can increase production. I can give one example of an ammunition plant where you can build the capability, you can keep the same size workforce, and then have the ability to expand production from there. And I think that's where we need to focus.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kaine. Senator Ernst. John. Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Kaine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. General Hogg, congratulations to you. I want to follow up on 2 points that were raised by my colleague, Senator Manchin, budgets and allies. So on budgets, maybe particular with some colleagues here, we could get rid of the most commonly occurring CRs immediately if we would switch the federal budget year from October 1 to January 1. If you look at when we actually get appropriations deals done over the last 30 years, we never get them done by September 30. We almost always get them done in December. Why is that? It's because our leaders basically, at the end of the year when people want to go spend time with their family, say we're not going home until we get appropriations bills done. Now, every once in a while we go into the following year, but usually we're getting them done right when we leave. If we switched the federal fiscal year to a January 1, December 31 fiscal year, that pressure would still be on us. I don't think we would say, well, let's do it at the end of March. I think the leadership would still force us to do it. This has become such a norm here that even in the debt ceiling deal that we just did, we imposed a set of punishments on ourselves if we didn't get the deal done by December 31. We all know that that's the real time now. And I just think we could eliminate an awful lot of the CR concern that Senator Manchin raised if we would just analyze and then be honest about what is the real budget calendar up here. A friend of mine who is a landscape architect said, if you're doing a landscape, don't put down the sidewalks, do the landscape, then see where people walk, and they'll make a path and then build the sidewalks there. We are showing where the path is to budgets and getting rid of CR. So I'll just tell my colleagues, on September 30 this year, I'm going to introduce a bill to change the budget year to a calendar year. And if it turns out that we get appropriate deals done by September 30, I'll admit that I'm wrong, but I'm not going to be wrong, and I'm going to introduce that bill, and I would love anybody else joining me in it. I'm on the Budget Committee. I'd like to convince them to do that budget process change. General Hogg, Senator Manchin asked you about alliances, and I want to ask about a particular one. The NDAA that we're debating now on the floor will include provisions regarding the AUKUS framework. So this is a framework that has two pillars. Pillar one deals with submarine technology, the working with the Australians to build up a nuclear submarine industrial base in the 2030s. That would involve some transfer of U.S. subs should we be able to kind of figure out the details right in the 2040s. The Australians would have their own submarine production capacity. But there's also Pillar 2 of the AUKUS deal, which focuses upon cooperation with the UK and Australia on cyber, artificial intelligence, hypersonics, other advanced technologies. You talk generally about the work that we do in the cyberspace with allies, recognizing we're in an unclassified setting. Let's focus a little bit more on what you might see as upside opportunities in this framework with Australia and the UK.
Senator, in terms of our partners in the Indo-Pacific, Australia and New Zealand are clearly have been long-standing allies.
Two of the Five Eyes nations, so we have huge equities with them.
And then, of course, the UK and how we think about Europe and those partners. Our partnership with both Australia and the UK, both bilaterally and multilaterally, AUKUS presents another opportunity. And it presents us an opportunity to do that through the lens of the threat of the People's Republic of China. So from a Pillar 2 perspective, opportunity for us to really think our way through how best as all three nations and all three militaries to think about those technologies.
Great, thank you. I noticed you're a Russian major, Russian studies major, and I wonder in the cyber field, I would think that language fluency would be a big component of trying to build out a good workforce, and you would be sensitive to that from that background. And I know within military speak, this is often called LREC, language, regional expertise, and culture, as a kind of a strategic advantage for folks. How are you doing within Cyber Command in terms of building out a workforce that has, language capacities to enable us to be at our best?
Senator, we've done well. Inside each one of our teams, we do have language capability. Different services have approached it through different ways and how they've grown that, whether through their cryptologic community or additional training. It's an absolutely incredibly important part of our force. And as we think about what our balance is, if confirmed, that'll also be the area that I look at in terms of the balance of which languages based off the threats we face today.
Thank you for your testimony. I yield back.
Thank you, Senator Fisher. Senator Kaine, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our nominees for your service. I look forward to supporting your nominations. General Guillot, I want to tread a little ground that both the chair and ranking member have with respect to fentanyl. I don't need to ask the same questions, but Senator Ernst and I offered an amendment that was included in the NDA version that's currently pending on the Senate floor to designate fentanyl as a national security threat and to encourage the DOD to be more forward-leaning, first within the U.S. whole of government effort, which has tended to rely pretty heavily on DEA, DOJ, DHS, but we're encouraging the DOD to be more forward-leaning in this fight, both within the U.S. government, but also in tandem with the Mexican military. And I would suspect that responsibility is going to be pretty heavily on NORTHCOM's shoulders. And so with other committee members, we just see the ravages of this in all of our communities. I know you understand that, and we'll look forward, should you be confirmed, to following up and talking about what we might do from the Pentagon side to really energize and amplify the efforts to counter fentanyl coming into the United States. General Whiting, I want to ask you a question about Space Command and our allies. I am very forward-leaning on the AUKUS framework that was announced by President Biden. I'm the chairman of the Sea Power Subcommittee of Armed Services. I think that this partnership, which I hope will be decades-long, offers real opportunity to promote stability in the Indo-Pacific. As you know, Pillar 1 is a pillar dealing with Virginia-class submarines, but there's a broad Pillar 2 that talks about cooperation with Australia and the UK and a whole variety of technologies, whether it's space, cyber, AI, hypersonics. Should you be confirmed, talk to us a little bit about the way you would see that AUKUS framework and how you might use your position at Space Command to work together with these allies, and then just more broadly, our allies. It is a strategic edge that we have over China and Russia, that we have such a network of allies. How should we be thinking about joint activities in the space domain with nations allied with the United States?
Senator, thank you for that question. Space is a team sport, and it takes us and our allies to be the best we can be. In fact, Senator, 33 years ago as a second lieutenant at my first space assignment, the very first non-commissioned officer I ever supervised was a Canadian non-commissioned officer assigned to our unit because of those partnerships. We have a grouping of countries we call CSPO, the Combined Space Operations, and together it's us, it's our Canadian, British, Australian, New Zealand, plus some other countries that are observers that we're asking to come in. In that forum, we're able to coordinate military operations. We're able to coordinate future architectures, policies. We've seen a real value in that as we work together. And in fact, Senator, over the last couple of years, U.S. Space Command has created a named operation called Operation Olympic Defender, where we operate in space with our Canadian, Australian, and United Kingdom allies. So I will, if confirmed, do everything I can to maximize those partnerships because it is an asymmetric advantage for the United States.
And tell me what the acronym CSPO stands for again.
Combined Space Operations.
Great, great. I'm very glad to hear about that intentional effort to work together with allies. To follow up on an earlier question that Senator Shaheen was asking, space is an interesting domain because of the massive proliferation of commercial satellites in space that can have a security connection to us. She referenced Starlink in Ukraine. Our adversaries may have their own assets in space, but they tend not to have the same amount of government-owned assets, but then private sector assets where they are in at least some collaboration with them. Talk a little bit about how you would see both the opportunities and challenges to work in tandem with our commercial space assets to advance our space capacities.
Yeah, Senator, I like to say we're in the second golden age of space. The first golden age was when Neil Armstrong walked out onto the lunar surface, but this second golden age is really being led by American commercial industry, and it gives us so many untold advantages. We have to maximize that. And over the last 8 years or so out at our Vandenberg Space Force Base in California, we have a grouping there called the Commercial Integration Cell, where we brought in the 10 companies that we contract with the most for capability through the Department of Defense. And in that cell, we share intelligence at the highest level. We get insights into what's happening in their constellations because we believe if we all have that insight, we operate better together. So that's just one example of the ways that, if confirmed, I would want to continue to drive our ability to leverage U.S. American industry because of the advantages it brings for us.
Excellent. Well, I hope to entertain you at Wallops Island at some point following your confirmation. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Senator Kaine. Senator Ernst, please.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Senator Kaine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to our witnesses. I want to focus on Latin America, following up on Senator Haggerty's reference to our recent trip with the chairman to the Americas in April. It's one thing to talk about Chinese investment and coercion or competitiveness, but we got to have something on the table to counter it. The 34 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative, are making significant investments in 21 of the 34 countries. A lot of the investment are dual-use investments that could be both for civilian but also for military and national security purposes, nuclear power, space stations. The Chinese have 40 port construction or upgrading projects in Latin America and the Caribbean. And I just struggle to see what this administration is doing in Latin America that has any heft to it. Ecuador threw out a pro-China government in 2021 and elected a pro-U.S. president who, within a few months after his election, when we visited him, he said, "You don't have the big checkbook that China does, I get it, but just do a trade deal with us." Ecuador is the only nation on the Pacific coast from Yukon to Patagonia that didn't have a trade deal with the United States. And they said, just add us into the Colombia trade deal. Or you just renegotiated NAFTA into an MCA with high labor and environmental standards. Democrats and Republicans supported that add us into that. But just show us that if you can't write us a big check like the Chinese can, at least you're interested in a pro-U.S. ally in South America. We didn't do it. That government has collapsed. It is likely to go back to a pro-China government in the elections that would happen between now and the end of the year. We had 2.5 years to try to show this erstwhile ally that wanted to lean toward the United States that there was some value in leaning that way, and we really did nothing. We did nothing, and we probably have lost an opportunity there. Uruguay, a nation that's been a strong ally of the United States, had to practically beg to get the president, when he was in the United States, to have a few minutes with President Biden in the Oval Office. If we're not willing to pay attention and be responsive to allies in even modest ways, well, then we can lecture people all we want about not accepting Chinese largesse, but it's hardly a persuasive position. I've had meetings with the U.S. trade rep asking about, what about trade deals in the Americas? And I get told that politically they're a bad idea. And my response was, well, wait a minute, you're the trade rep. Let me worry about politics. I'm the elected official. You're the trade rep. Why aren't we exploring trade? And so what we're doing in the Americas is APEP. The president announced America's Partnership for Economic Prosperity in June of 2022. That was 13 months ago. We've received in my office, I'm chairman of the Americas Subcommittee here, a list of countries participating, an initial concept note, but now we're being told that the administration is pivoting APEP to a new revamped approach. We've gotten no information on the approach. No firm agreements have come out of APEP, no multilateral work on specific issues, no announced partnerships. To compare, the president also announced the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework in May of 22, 1 month before APEP. And on that framework, we've seen multiple rounds of talks. The administration has launched a workforce development partnership, and recently the countries signed an initial agreement on a supply chain pillar, which I think can be very helpful. Why are we not, in our own neighborhood, investing more with nations that are our allies and want to deepen the relationship, and allowing China to just run roughshod?
Thank you for your question.
I want to thank him for the question, too.
Yeah.
I echo all of his sentiments, and I'm thrilled that there is a colleague other than me who cares about Latin America. I know Senator Hagerty does as well.
And I care too a lot, sir. So I've spent a lifetime working on Latin America. Look, I'll let USTR deal with the trade issue. We've done a number of things that I'm very happy we've been able to accomplish with Ecuador. We're working now on a port at PGII. We had a historic debt for nature swap. Obviously, we could do more. On APEP, I co-lead that with our colleagues at USTR. We have been talking to countries and getting input from them. We now have a negotiator who is in Colombia right now, making sure that what we offer, what we're talking about, is something that's welcome. But so, and I take your criticism. But let me just, if I may, just point.
Yeah, I want you to push back if I'm wrong. I want you to tell me that I'm wrong.
Let me push back slightly, and I realize that I do that at my peril, perhaps. But if tariffs is not what's keeping Latin America from growing and the private sector from investing. If tariffs were all that it took, this wouldn't be an issue. 12 of the 20 FTAs that we have are with Latin America. 8 of the APEC countries have FTAs already. Our average MFN tariffs with Latin America are less than 1%. So it's not about market access. It's about corruption. It's about lack of transparency. It's about lack of infrastructure. It's about health frameworks that don't work. It's government instability. Those are the things that we're trying to work on in APEP. So we're looking at labor rights so that you don't have the instability, so that you don't have the gangs. It's talking about the rule of law so that investors can go in it. So those are the things that we're going to focus on, realizing that there are other things we could do as well. But
I want you to focus on those things. But look, if China's offer is, we're not demanding any reform. Here's some money. Here's an investment. And our offer is, yeah, once we help you improve all these aspects of yourself, then we're open to more interaction. I mean, that is just such an imbalance. And we will fall farther and farther and farther behind. I'm going to give one bit of good news here, and I'm over time, and I'm sorry for that. Yeah. The CHIPS Act had an international investment fund, and there was just an announcement of a U.S.-Costa Rica partnership because there are chips manufactured in Costa Rica. Actually, the plant that closed down went to China, reopened. And the U.S. is partnering with Costa Rica on that. That's a really good thing. I mean, Costa Rica is forward-leaning, the Alliance for Democracy and Development. So I can see some instances where we are strategically using resources, but I just feel the imbalance is so significant, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse until we decide that we ought to prioritize our own neighborhood and make investments. I have a hard time understanding why this Indo-Pacific partnership has moved out a lot faster than APEP has. And so I'm over my time, but I'm going to ask this question every time I've got a State Department or USAID or administration official before me in this meeting until I start hearing not just plans, but results. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you, Senator Kaine. Mr. Secretary, I have to say, and I have a great deal of respect for you. I've supported your nominations. But that answer, we want all those things to happen.
Senator Kaine?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Bradley, I am the chair of the America Subcommittee here, and while Guatemala has been a really important partner for us for a long time, I've also been very disappointed in recent years with the efforts to chase anti-corruption prosecutors out of the country. Judges who have focused on corruption have been targeted. Journalists have been targeted. A number of them now live in Virginia. They would rather be back in Guatemala. I was even visiting with some last night. And so I think the work of the embassy, the work of the ambassador, should you be confirmed, and I'm confident you will be, upholding democracy and anti-corruption standards is going to be a really important thing. I'm sure most know that we're in the last weeks of a runoff election for president. The 2 candidates who prevailed in the first round, there was an effort by the existing government to block one of the 2 successful candidates from moving forward in the election. It's really important. We don't have a favorite in this, but it's really important that Guatemala not disable a democracy from working. My understanding is the United States is going to host both of the 2 finalist candidates here to show that we want to continue to work with whoever the Guatemalan people pick as its next president. But I just really hope, whether it's press freedom or anti-corruption efforts or support for NGOs, Guatemala passed an NGO registration law, which we see happening in other nations like Nicaragua, which force NGOs to register or be dissolved. That registration is often a precursor to a shrinking of civilian space. I hope I have your commitment from your background. I suspect I do, that should you be confirmed, you'll work very, very, very hard to encourage progress in these important human rights areas.
Absolutely, Senator. You have my commitment.
And thank you for your voice and the role of this committee in the bipartisan, bicameral statement on the election issue with Chairman McCall. I've worked on democracy and human rights for a long time. I helped set up some of the first elections in Iraq, and I know firsthand how important it is that the citizenry believe in the election process, that they have faith in the results, and that they have the right to choose their preferred candidate under the law. And so, Senator, you absolutely have my commitment to do that. And in terms of the anti-corruption side of the House, if confirmed, I support the use of all of the tools that Congress has provided us to hold corrupt actors accountable, whether that's the Section 353 of the Engel list or Section 7031C for visa restrictions or financial sanctions as appropriate. I will use all of those.
Excellent. Thank you. Ambassador Hankins, thank you for your willingness to serve. The service to Haiti is going to be one of the toughest challenges in the world right now. And you've served in Haiti before, so you go in with a love for the country and a love for the Haitian people and understanding for some of the challenges. We're going to have a hearing in our committee tomorrow on Haiti, where Secretary Nichols and others will be here on behalf of the administration and others who care a lot about Haiti. The consensus seems to be, as I travel in the region, that security is the first priority, but it's very difficult to assemble a security initiative unless a nation has stepped forward to lead it. And there's a whole lot of reasons why the nations that might be asked to lead it, legitimate reasons why they've been reluctant. The United States, we have a history with Haiti that might not make us the most credible leader. France has a history that might not make it the most credible leader. Dominican Republic should play a role. They couldn't be the most credible leader. We all need to be involved, but as of yet, we've not found the right lead nation to help us provide security assistance. And that's a big, big issue that would be not just the ambassador's work, but I know that's something you would focus on. Let me ask you this, from your experience in living in Haiti and then you're following it to now, how much of a concern in the Haitian security situation has been the extent of arms trafficking of guns from the United States that are purchased illegally, often through straw purchases, and then sold in Haiti to kind of back up these gangs and escalate violence?
No, thank you very much, Senator. And you're correct. The flow of weapons going into Haiti allows a situation where often then the criminal gangs are better armed, outnumbered than the Haitian National Police. The most recent session of the Security Council asked the Secretary General to outline 3 options: more support to the Haitian National Police, a multinational force outside of the UN structure, or a new UN peacekeeping mission. And we've been working with a number of countries to see if somebody would lead or participate. Those negotiations, those discussions are ongoing to support the Secretary General's effort. Clearly, what we see in the situation is right now the security situation blocks progress, whether it's on humanitarian or political. To your question, most recently, this institution passed the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which then gave more teeth to the trafficking in weapons, and many of these weapons do come. We've seen Department of Justice has now created a new special prosecutor looking at weapons trafficking towards the Caribbean. So you've in fact given us one of the tools that can help us work with that. We look at trafficking in both directions, whether it be trafficking of human beings to the United States, but clearly there is a problem with trafficking of weapons from the United States to Haiti.
I've exceeded my time, but if I could just say, Madam Chair, I asked the question about arms because sometimes when we see a situation, particularly in our hemisphere, where there's violence or chaos, we kind of, wonder, well, why do we need to get involved in this? Why does the United States need to be a problem solver in Haiti? Or why are folks from Central America, coming to our shores as if we are not connected to the misery in those countries? And there is a pretty significant connection, whether it's U.S. arms trafficking into Haiti that increase violence, or whether it's the demand for illegal drugs in the United States that send cash and guns south that turn neighborhoods in Honduras and Guatemala or Salvador into dangerous places that people then want to flee. We often find that our miseries are very connected, and that makes the work of this committee and the work of Congress in diplomacy and stronger international relations so very important. It's not just about others, it's about others and the lives they lead, which are often very connected to some of the challenges we ourselves have. Thank you, and I yield back.
All the witnesses happy. Senator Kaine.
Thanks to the witnesses. It's great to be together with you. Virginia is a state that has very significant climate challenges. We have 5,000 miles of shoreline on the Atlantic and the Chesapeake Bay. Hampton Roads, 1.7 million people, is often listed second to New Orleans as the community in the United States, at least in the eastern part of the United States, most jeopardized by sea level rise. And in Appalachia, where the topography of these narrow hollows with streams at the bottom of them often lead to really significant storm events that wipe out infrastructure, wipe out people's homes. Interestingly, the rainfall in Appalachia on an annual basis isn't changing. It's just that it's coming much more episodically and violently, which poses real risks to infrastructure. So on this hearing on infrastructure, I'm kind of focused on three kinds of infrastructure in Virginia. First, climate affects the existing infrastructure road, the main road into the Norfolk Naval Base, our bridges, and when there's damage to that infrastructure, we've got to rebuild. Second, in order to deal with some of our climate risks, Governor Bell Edwards, I'm a big admirer of what you've done, and we're making a lot of resiliency investments in the same way that Louisiana has, so that sea level rise doesn't affect communities as much, but those resilience investments are infrastructure projects that have their own permitting requirements. And finally, Virginia is really finally embracing kind of clean energy with offshore wind, significant solar deployment, which requires its own infrastructure, particularly in the transmission space. I am very excited about the commitments that we have made. The American Rescue Plan, by putting money into state and local governments, a lot of that one-time money was used for infrastructure projects. That's great. The infrastructure bill, the CHIPS bill, the Inflation Reduction Act. But I've got two worries about our commitment to infrastructure. One is who's going to build it. I think we have some significant workforce challenges that we have to grapple with. On manufacturing, who's going to make it? With an unemployment rate that's so low, we need to do a lot on the workforce side. But the second is the permitting side. And I wanted to ask your opinions about this, if witnesses have opinions, and maybe, Mr. Hurd, I would suspect you might have looked at this more closely than others. When we were talking about the Inflation Reduction Act last summer, there was a proposed 90-page permitting reform bill, and 85 pages of it was permitting reform, and then 5 pages of it was saying, but Mountain Valley Pipeline doesn't have to apply, doesn't have to go through any of this reform. I opposed the 5 pages at the end because I thought if we're going to fix our permitting process, then let everybody meet the standards. The will of my colleagues was to the contrary, so that MVP got a green light. That's water under the bridge. But I'm curious, did you analyze, just kind of from a starting standpoint, that 85-page permitting reform proposal? Some elements of it were included in the debt ceiling deal, but I think sort of modest elements were included. Just from a starting standpoint, I've been a little surprised, not on the committees, that effort hasn't come back before us, because like you, I think many Democrats want to do permitting reform. There is an ENR hearing going on right now on permitting reform issues. But did you look at that 85-page permitting reform proposal, and how would you grade it? What was good, what was bad, what wasn't in there that should be there?
Well, it's important to keep in mind that in the IIJA bill and EPW, many of those reforms were codified on the DOT side. The fact that that just wasn't a rubber stamp coming out of Congress is remarkable to me. But the importance is that we're tinkering around the edges. Creating deadlines allows for gamesmanship on the front end on deemed approves and might get you sooner to a no rather than a yes. Creating page limits, a 400-page or a 500-page EIS is not the reason why projects are getting delayed 2 to 4 to 5 to 6 years. Those are helpful process changes. We need those. But that is because we are unwilling to acknowledge that we're going to have to open up the Clean Water Act, written 50 years ago, 30 years before the internet. We're going to have to open up the Marine Mammal Protection Act. We're going to have to open up these legacy bedrock environmental statutes. And in the political climate right now, in the House and the Senate, I don't blame either side for seeing ghosts and what the intentions are on both sides, but the fact remains that the shared pain on both sides means that when I look at that bill, I go, this is great. This is going to solve a good amount of interagency coordination issues. I hope it doesn't absolve the urgency and the imperative of us going deeper and actually fixing the problem. So I wanted it, but I also wanted it next year and the year after that and the year after that, because the reality here is even the fights about making a project take 2 years and that being objected to is interesting to me, considering that we now have AI and natural language processing and technology issues that can help us arrive at the objective standard for qualified project managers to make subjective decisions on projects, which is why even in the coastal Virginia offshore wind projects, the 6-month delay that just occurred 2 months ago is frustrating to me, just because National Marine Fisheries Service, Fish and Wildlife, and the Corps can't get on the same page. That has nothing to do with the environmental laws and interagency coordination. They have natural conflicts between their laws that force them to delay the project. It has nothing to do with environmental protection or justice or any of that. It's pure conflict.
So I take your assessment of the 85-page bill as helpful but not sufficient. Thank you, Mr.
I get paid by the word. I apologize.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This hearing of the Senate Foreign Relations Subcommittee on Western Hemisphere, Transnational Crime, Civilian Security, Democracy, Human Rights, and Global Women's Issues will come to order. It's a pleasure to welcome our distinguished panel of government witnesses for this important hearing on Haiti. I want to thank the ranking member, Senator Rubio, and his team for his help in crafting this hearing. I'm proud of the work that we have done together over a number of years on Latin American and Caribbean issues during our time in the Senate together, and there's much more to be done. The focus of today's hearing is on security crisis in Haiti and the next steps in potential international response. In July 2021, President Jovenel Moïse was brutally assassinated in his home. A month later, a magnitude 7.2 earthquake devastated the country, still in recovery from the 2010 earthquake that killed over 200,000 people. Since then, criminal gangs have been fomenting terror and violence in the country, leading interim Prime Minister Ariel Henry to formally request international help last October. In the meantime, Haitians continue to suffer from reprehensible, brutal violence perpetuated by gangs who are backed by business and political patrons in Haiti. Homicides in the country have risen sharply, increasing by over 35% between 2021 and 2022. Kidnappings have more than doubled as gangs fight over territory. Gangs have used collective rape and other horrific gender-based violence against women, children, and the elderly. The violence has been compounded by natural disasters, leading to a humanitarian crisis where nearly 5 million Haitians are facing acute levels of hunger. Haitian government agencies face difficulties addressing these challenges, including cholera, because vulnerable neighborhoods have been choked up by gangs fighting for territory. Understandably, Haitians are desperate to escape this violence, fleeing to neighboring countries throughout the region in increasing numbers and to the United States. Just in the last few days, we've seen scenes of Haitians fleeing neighborhood violence and gathering at the U.S. Embassy in Haiti because they feel like they have nowhere else to go if they want to be safe. At the center of violence, we have to acknowledge, is an illegal flow of American firearms into Haiti. We see reports of the Haitian National Police, who the U.S. government have long supported, being consistently outgunned by Haitian gangs. Federal law enforcement agencies have described the recovery of sophisticated weapons destined for Haitian ports, 50 caliber sniper rifles, belt-fed machine guns. Tragically, it's no surprise that the number of Haitian police officers being killed has only increased since 2019. We have to acknowledge that firearms trafficking is a problem not just in Haiti, but in other parts of the Caribbean, Mexico, and throughout the hemisphere. It's no coincidence that countries in the region have some of the highest rates of homicide in the world. The violence unleashed by firearms trafficked out of the U.S. destabilizes the Western Hemisphere, and it also increases the pressure for irregular migration. I'm pleased to see that the Biden administration named the creation of a coordinator for Caribbean firearms prosecutions within the Department of Justice in June. And in the Senate, Senator Rubio and I have introduced the Caribbean Basin Security Initiative Authorization Act. We're also both co-sponsors of Chairman Menendez's Haitian Criminal Collusion and Transparency Act. These pieces of legislation would help strengthen regional security cooperation in the Caribbean and sanction political and business elites who empower gangs in Haiti. But for those interventions to work, security needs to be reestablished first alongside a Haitian-led solution to the political crisis. As recently as this month, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres reiterated his call for a robust international security presence in Haiti. I'm interested in hearing from our witnesses from both the Department of State and USAID on its latest discussions with international and multilateral stakeholders on this front. I'm also interested in hearing about the U.S. efforts to support Haitian people through humanitarian aid. Let me now turn it over to my ranking member, Senator Rubio, for his remarks. Thank you, Senator Rubio. I'll have a series of questions. I want to stick with you for a minute, Secretary Nichols. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, Senator Rubio and I have introduced the Caribbean Basin Security Initiative Authorization Act. It's bipartisan. We believe we're on a good path on this. We were trying to get it connected to the National Defense Authorizing Act. I'm not sure we're going to be able to do that. But I wanted to ask you a question about Assistant Secretary Robinson. We've referenced him during this hearing. He was unable to join today for the reasons that you described. But our federal law enforcement agencies are focused on firearms trafficking. And can you briefly describe what the department's role is in combating firearms trafficking to Haiti and the Caribbean region?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Department of State has supported, alongside with Department of Homeland Security, FBI, and the Department of Justice, the creation of the Transnational Criminal Investigative Unit within Haiti. There's also the Gun Crime Investigative Unit in Port of Spain, Trinidad. We are providing training and access to the E-Trace software platform that allows police officers anywhere in the world to trace the serial numbers of weapons found at crime scenes for investigative purposes. You referenced in your opening statement, Mr. Chairman, the new coordinator position within the Department of Justice, which we think is going to be a very important tool in aiding prosecutions of straw purchasers. The Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which this body passed, and thank you very much for that, provides important tools that allows us to prosecute straw purchasers of weapons that are used in crimes overseas, who have the knowledge or expectation that the guns that they purchase would be used in a criminal activity. We have, I think, made important progress in attacking the gun trafficking into the region, but there is much, much more work to be done. And as you rightly signaled, this is a vital task for this administration and our partners around the region. And I know, sir, that you personally heard this from our partners during your trips and participation in the Summit of the Americas.
Again and again, I have heard this all throughout the region. You referenced earlier the UN Integrated Office in Haiti, which I think is referred to as the BNU, and the fact that the Security Council extended its mandate by a year. Share a little bit about what that integrated office does. What is the scope of their work?
So they coordinate the United Nations country team activities in Haiti, so all of their specialized agencies. They provide political mediation and intervention. They have dedicated police officers who provide training within the Haitian National Police, as well as some of their own site security. The number of police officers in the mission actually was nearly doubled in the renewal of the resolution, so they'll be able to do more things around training. The coordination of humanitarian efforts in Haiti, not just within the UN country team, agencies like World Food Program or UNICEF, also extends to other donors as well. And Assistant Administrator Escobari could tell you about how they work with BNU in that regard.
Excellent. You mentioned in your testimony, Secretary Nichols, the role of the Haitian diaspora in the United States. And I think that's an intriguing reference, that there's a significant diaspora in the DMV in this region. Senator Rubio talked about the diaspora, very significant in South Florida. Talk a little bit about how you see the role of the Haitian diaspora, Haitian Americans, in assisting a transition to a better chapter in the life of the country.
The Haitian diaspora, whom I've met with them in Miami, I've met with them here in this area, I've met with them in New York, virtual meetings with people around the country. They are an incredibly talented group, as you well know, business leaders, doctors, lawyers, dentists, and they want to help Haiti. They have economic resources, they have professional skills. Historically, we've worked with Haitian American police officers to support the Haitian National Police in the past. The ability of that community to provide assistance depends also on the security situation in Haiti. It has to be safe for them to travel there and work with Haitians in country around the broad areas of development. And we're proud to have Haitian Americans who work in the State Department and even on the Haiti account. So this is very important for us.
Excellent. I want to switch to humanitarian issues, Assistant Administrator Escobar. In my opening comments, I mentioned the fact that this latest spate of political unrest and violence following the assassination of the president, shortly following was an earthquake. But there has been even more recent challenges. Flooding and earthquake just in June of this year led to 55 deaths, but left more than 13,000 people homeless. And the UN indicated in a March 2023 report that gang violence had displaced at least 160,000 people. So the magnitude of this challenge is very striking, but your point was there are some good things going on. I thought the statistics that you referenced about the healthcare system, the percentage of Haitians that receive healthcare in clinics that have been supported by USAID, the work that's done between USAID and the Haitian government on healthcare facilities, I thought those were very powerful. How are these healthcare facilities operating in an environment where the gangs control so much of the country? Are healthcare clinics kind of viewed as safe spaces where the gangs have not overly interrupted their work, or are you seeing significant restrictions of the work of these facilities because of gang violence in the country?
No, thank you, Senator, for your question and your enduring support of Haiti. Health is probably the place where we are strongest in USAID. There's over 160 clinics that are run with support from USAID, and 90% of them are currently operational. And I think it's because of a mix of the things that you talked about. A lot of our partners come from those communities, work in those communities, and serve those communities. So I think that everybody is motivated to keeping them open, more so in the current circumstance. And they provide everything, right? They provide primary health. They were instrumental during the cholera outbreak. They are the first point of contact on response to gender-based violence. So they are really integral to these communities and have remained open even in the worst moments.
And are these facilities part of the government public health network, or are they facilities run by NGOs and nonprofit organizations?
There's a mix, but most of our support is supporting the Ministry of Health in Haiti. And this has been, investments for the last 10 years to not only build the capacity of the ministry and build that public health infrastructure, those norms for people to know how to respond to cholera. And really all of that investment has come to fruition in these institutions that were able to respond, and the government was able to respond during the recent cholera outbreak in October, and really keep deaths at the WHO, 1% fatality. 800 people have died of cholera in that recent outbreak. After 2010, it was 10,000. I'm just saying there's a big difference in how the government was able to respond to the crisis.
Right, and the U.S. investment, along with other partners in this public health infrastructure connected to the Ministry of Health that began a decade ago, was absolutely critical during COVID, for example. So before that, there might have been one-off clinics or people running health institutions, but not a robust public health infrastructure under the Ministry of Health. The creation of that architecture has helped with cholera, helps with the pandemic,
HIV,
helps under the HIV, helps under the current situation. But describe a little bit, because I think it's hard to wrap our head around the fact there is not a functioning democratic government in this sense. There is no elected official in Haiti right now who has a mandate. There have not been elections that have led to people serving terms pursuant to a mandate. So how does a Ministry of Health maintain itself? I mean, how does it fund the clinics? How does it provide security to the clinics so that gang violence doesn't interrupt it? To describe that a little bit.
Look, USAID works in very complicated places. You know, we work in South Sudan, we work in war zones in Ukraine, and we have learned to work with the partners that we have. And in Haiti, you know, and many times we work at the level of the community, and we work with the institutions and the civil servants that exist, and with partners that want to work with us. And we have found that, and I've met with the Minister of Health when I was there in January. They are partners in the provision of healthcare, in responding to the emergencies, and we have found partners like that in other institutions. And when we find those partners, you know, we double down on strengthening them, irrespective of sometimes of the instability at the national level.
I focus on the health issue because I think Senator Rubio correctly pointed out that before you get to significant economic activity, investment, or new elections, you have to have a base of security. And I would argue that a functioning healthcare system is another one of these preconditions. And so of all the things that we could do while we're looking for that next step forward, hopefully with a multinational force to provide security assistance, doing what we can do to continue to train police and maintain through our assistance this functioning healthcare network. Those are the two preconditions that if all else is not working, we have to make sure that those things work, because those will be the foundation upon which a political resolution will have to be built. So I encourage USAID in that efforts, and I think you're right that of all the work that USAID does in Haiti and maybe many other countries, the healthcare work is probably the foundational work that's the most important. Let me ask you this. The GAO released a report in March that recommended that USAID and state improve the management and assessment of reconstruction activities. It looked at USAID's post-2010 earthquake investments and found that despite efforts of USAID to increase partnership with local entities to manage funding, and that is a capacity building as well as a service delivering value, the U.S.-based partners implemented the majority of the USAID reconstruction activities rather than local partners and received most of the funding obligated between 2010 and 2020. What might we do in reconstruction activities? Now we're talking outside the healthcare space, other kinds of civil society reconstruction activities. What might we do to increase localization efforts as a way of both delivering services and building capacity?
Thank you, Senator. And as you know, renewing our commitment to localization is part of our priority throughout the agency.
Right. Ambassador Power has stated that we should be doing 25%, at a minimum of 25% of assistance going through local partners by 2024 throughout the USAID portfolio.
And you know, she often says that even 25% seems, you know, low when we think that our major mission is to really create capacity in the places that we work on. So that is important for the agency, and it's still important and a priority for Haiti, even though we do have to acknowledge that localization involves more staff, more people, more money, which is challenging. All of those are challenging in Haiti. But despite those challenges, actually, Haiti had made a huge improvement just last year in doubling the percentage of funding that went to local partners from 10% to 22% from FY21 to 22. And we have established a new partner engagement unit within our mission to be able to work with civil society and really not only help them do their functions, but also work with them to help them work with us. We know we're sometimes an onerous organization because we have to account for every dollar of taxpayers, and we do so, but we're working to train those organizations to work with us, and we are making progress.
Let me explore just one example during your opening testimony. I'm curious as to how this is being localized. You talked about USAID investments in micro-utilities for clean water access and possibly other utility service for hundreds of thousands of Haitians, and you used the phrase in your testimony that these investments were self-sustaining. Are these utility investments being done with local partners?
Well, these are run by communities. This is what, what we want to bring is institutionality, that these utilities can not only provide services, but that people are willing to pay for them. And that's what we have seen in these micro utilities, is that, they're not only functioning, providing drinking water, but they have a water meter. They have the capacity for people to pay online. So they have gone from really receiving nothing and being bankrupt to 3 of them, I think, have received over $70,000 in revenue. So they're self-sustaining, and same with sanitation and water management, which is really making a difference. Haitians are willing to pay for services if they are provided. And what we have done is help those be managed at the community level.
Thank you. Secretary Nichols, I was in the Dominican Republic in October and met with Prime Minister Abinader, and we talked about the Haitian Dominican border and some of the challenges, the percentage of births in Dominican hospitals that are to Haitian women who have fled across the border because they don't have any option that they find acceptable in Haiti, and that's a good thing that they have this option in the Dominican Republic, and it does create its own set of challenges. Talk to me a little bit about the Haiti-Dominican Republic relationship. Dominican Republic is a good ally of the United States. They're also a pro-democracy nation, having formed the Alliance for Development and Democracy in the region. Talk a little bit about Haiti and the Dominican Republic now. In the past, there have been challenges, court cases in the Dominican Republic and other efforts that were seen as sort of trying to, close off or reduce the historic sense of welcome that Haitians have found there. But talk a little bit about the current state of the relationship.
The Dominican Republic has been very vocal in their demanding, exhorting the international community to support Haiti. They have stressed that the global responsibility to help the Haitian people is something that they're focused on. They value. The Dominican Republic hosts thousands and thousands of Haitians, as well as many hundreds, thousands more people who have historic or ethnic roots to Haiti. They have provided training and assistance to the Haitian government over time. President Abinader, Foreign Minister Alvarez, in our conversations with them, repeatedly stressed the importance of providing assistance to Haiti. The future of the island of Hispaniola depends on a prosperous and successful Haiti, and the Dominican Republic, as prosperous and successful as it is and will become even more so, they need to have a neighbor that is stable and prosperous as well. I just note that we're very honored that and proud to hand over the chair of the summit coordination process for the Summit of the Americas to the Dominican Republic, which will host the next Summit of the Americas. As you alluded to, they've been very committed to strengthening democracy, human rights, the rule of law, and private sector-led growth in our region, so we consider them a valuable partner.
Excellent. Well, one of the things we can do, let me finish up with a question to both of you, the kind of wrap-up question, unless other colleagues come, and that is, what would you ask of Congress right now to enable you to do the work you need to do in Haiti? What could we be doing that would be more helpful? And I'll give you one answer. we had a really good hearing yesterday with ambassadorial nominee Haskins to be the ambassador to Haiti. It's always better to have a confirmed ambassador. Ambassador Haskins has served in Haiti earlier in his career, understands the situation, anxious to get back. We've had a little bit of a slowdown in some of the ambassadorial confirmations, particularly in the hemisphere, and I've done a lot of work with my colleagues to free up a number of them. But I think getting a confirmed ambassador in Haiti is something that would be a very important step for the Senate to take. But in addition to that, how about each of you take some time as we conclude and offer any additional comments you would have about things we can do to be helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, I agree wholeheartedly with the importance of confirming Dennis to be our ambassador in Port-au-Prince. Beyond that, the renewal of Hope and Help legislation will be incredibly valuable to provide economic stability and economic growth for Haiti. I believe that we're currently well positioned to provide resources for a multinational force in Haiti. But this body's continued generosity in supporting our efforts to aid the Haitian people and provide security in Haiti are vital, and I thank you for your leadership on that and for this body's willingness to support that generously. The final note that I would make is broadly in our efforts to promote greater stability and security in challenging places around the world, resourcing our colleagues in diplomatic security to ensure that our people can be safe wherever they are in the world is very important. So thank you for your support, which has been steadfast in that area as well.
Virginia is home both to the training facility for the Marine security guards who provide security to embassies, but also the State Department Foreign Affairs Security Training Center in Southern Virginia. So we care very, very deeply about keeping our folks safe and are proud to host the security training facilities in the Commonwealth. Administrator Escobari, how can we be more helpful?
No, thank you so much, Senator, for that question. Let me reiterate what my colleague said. Hope Help right now would be extremely valuable. You are correct that there are, certain things that are needed that are basic. Security is one of them, health is one of them, but things are still happening in Haiti. The worst of the violence is happening in Port-au-Prince. We work in the north and the south where people are still exporting their goods. They're producing 1 in every 2 jobs are in agriculture. People need those jobs, and the textile sector has employed at some point over 50,000 people. They work within free trade zones where they have some protection of institutionality, and I think those investors are making those decisions now, and your commitment to the continuation would send a really strong signal. The second thing would be engaging our, continue to bring attention, like with this hearing, to our international partners and the importance of them to join us. We are the largest donor, but this needs to galvanize the whole international community for us to make a difference, because the humanitarian needs are immense, and I do think that not all is lost, but we need to have sustaining power to make sure that we can continue to save lives as we try to turn the course of Haiti. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I know that I'm really looking forward to this report from the Secretary General, the recommendations back to the Security Council in mid-August, and I don't know that we'll have a hearing on that, but you can expect that we'll be reaching out to state once those recommendations are delivered to have further dialogue about whether, there seems to be a gelling plan to move forward. I mean, my assessment of this before today, but it's certainly been emphasized in your testimony, is that there are a number of partners that really want to participate in this multinational effort if it's scoped correctly, defined correctly, learn some of the lessons from some past challenges. I think the challenge is not finding willing participants. The question of leadership is a tough one, but at least there are partners around the table that want to participate, and that should give us hope. So I look forward to the report on the 15th and then further dialogue with you about how we can move forward to provide appropriate security assistance. I'm going to ask that the record of this hearing stay open until close of business tomorrow in case members who are not able to come would like to submit questions for the record. If they do, I would encourage you to respond fully and promptly. And with that, the hearing is adjourned. Assistant Administrator Escobar will begin a round of questions. Secretary Nichols, I'll start. The title of this hearing is Next Steps on the International Response. And so I'd like to begin there. We've barely scratched the surface in all of our opening comments about the depth of the challenge. To that end, what can the Department now share publicly regarding a potential international, multinational force in Haiti to assist with security? Talk a little bit about what we're doing as a department and also share discussions that you can with respect to the UN Security Council or our international partners.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have been working intensively on this for as long as I've been in this position, and the most recent activities have been the renewal of the UN's office in Haiti, and in that resolution that was renewed earlier this month, it called on the Secretary General to provide recommendations for more that could be done to address the security situation in Haiti within 30 days of the passage. So August 15th would be the deadline for that report.
And just as we're having a dialogue here, that was notable because that's a UN Security Council resolution, unanimous vote. Countries such as Russia and China that sometimes are not with us on these, they were together with us on this initiative, and that's at least a positive sign, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman, and we continue to consult with fellow council members, both permanent and elected, with key peacekeeping contributors around the world. Assistant Secretary Robinson is doing that right now. That's why he couldn't be with us today. He's continuing those conversations. We are talked to potential contributors to a multinational force, which we consider the fastest deploying solution and specifically responsive to the request from the Haitian government, as we contemplate other solutions that could include some type of assessed peacekeeping operation in the future. But we believe it's urgent to get forces on the ground that can support the Haitian National Police as they carry out missions specifically targeting the gangs that prey on the Haitian people.
You know, the challenge with the multinational force idea has been that I think you've done a good job in identifying not only the United States, but other nations that are willing to participate if it's scoped correctly. It's been hard to get a nation to agree to lead it. And that, Senator Rubio referred to this in his opening statements, and there's many reasons for that. Some nations have histories with Haiti that would make them leading a challenge because of historical challenges, and also the history of other peacekeeping or multinational efforts in Haiti have had their own challenges that make some skittish about taking the lead. What are lessons learned from past multinational efforts or peacekeeping operations that we should keep in mind as we're trying to approach this particular formation of a multinational effort?
Well, I think having a focused, narrow scope for the operation. The security situation in Haiti is very much differentiated by where you are in the country. The situation in Port-au-Prince, the capital, is extremely bad. It's something that requires urgent assistance. Other parts of the country, the situation is substantially better. A force needs to provide security around key infrastructure sites. The ranking member referred to the seizure of the Vero fuel terminal late last year as one incident. We need to protect sites like that so that the Haitian National Police can interact with the populace and provide security. We also need to grow the police force in tandem with the deployment of a multinational force.
Let me ask you one more question, and then I'll cede to my colleague. I'm going to have some more USAID questions in a second round for you, Ms. Escobar. You mentioned that in Trinidad and Tobago, Secretary Blinken urged Interim Prime Minister Henry to engage in good faith dialogue with all sectors of Haitian society to look at a next political chapter. My Haitian American diaspora community in Virginia has been very critical. I won't say that it's monolithic as a criticism, but there has been significant criticism of the interim prime minister's lack of willingness to engage broadly with all sectors of Haitian society as we talk about a next political chapter. What has been your observation thus far, Secretary Nichols, about the efforts being made by the Prime Minister to do what Secretary Blinken has encouraged him to do?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Prime Minister traveled to Jamaica, met under CARICOM auspices, met with a diverse section of political and social stakeholders from Haiti in off-site conversations. Those were under the auspices of three eminent former prime ministers from other Caribbean countries. Those conversations have continued in Port-au-Prince. That is a positive step. He has offered to not seek re-election, or seek election, I should say, as well as cabinet, which is an important guarantee for the process. He needs to expand the political representation in his cabinet. And frankly, I think the High Transition Council should be expanded to include other political forces. There is robust debate within Haiti over how you would do that. The December 21 agreement that he and many of those who view him more favorably have signed does not provide for an expansion of the High Transition Council. So that's a point of significant debate within the country. But a broad national effort to take the country to elections as quickly as security will allow is vital.
Thank you. I'll yield to my colleague, Senator Rubio. Secretary Carlin, I want to start where you did, just to acknowledge the Marines who were killed in the Osprey accident in Australia, and I want to mention their names. Corporal Spencer Collard, 21 years old, from Arlington, Virginia. Captain Eleanor LeBeau, 29 years old, from Belleville, Illinois. And Major Tobin Lewis, 37 years old, from Jefferson, Colorado. We have great partners in the Aussies, but we're in a dangerous line of work, and when people fall in that line of work, they ought to be recognized, particularly at a hearing like this, and I appreciate the fact that you began your testimony with that. AUKUS is a great example of how the U.S. can work hand in hand with allies to promote stability in the Indo-Pacific, and it's a good example of the way we do things globally. In Europe, we have NATO. We don't have a NATO equivalent in the Indo-PACOM, but we do have these networks of allies, and I do want to applaud the Biden administration work with South Korea and Japan. That Camp David meeting, it probably wasn't as big a headline here at home because we have good relations with Japan and South Korea. But the work of the administration to forge closer relationships between those nations, the mill-to-mill relationship has often been strong, but it's been limited by challenges at the political leadership level. That was a really important summit, and I just want to applaud the Biden administration on that. From my vantage point on the Foreign Relations Committee and as chairman of the Sea Power Subcommittee of Armed Services, this AUKUS partnership is very exciting to me. And it's also exciting because the Virginia-class submarines are built in Virginia and Connecticut. I had the opportunity to take Ambassador Rudd to our shipyard about a month ago to really dig into the tremendous assets we have, but also the challenges, some of the questions that have been directed about the current pace of production and how we can build up that pace not only to meet our own needs, but to meet the needs, the commitments that we've made in AUKUS. I want to follow up on a question that Senator Menendez put in. What if we didn't do Pillar 1? Pillar 2, I think everybody's excited about, and everybody's supporting Pillar 1. I think we're asking important detail questions. But there's a little bit of a chicken or an egg with Pillar 1 because Australia is going to make a historic investment in the U.S. industrial base. But they're only willing to make that investment if they know that during the 2030s, we will be willing to deliver to them 3 to 5 Virginia-class subs. If they make that investment, it will help us increase our pace of production. If they don't make that investment, it will be harder to increase the pace of production. We would like to be good on our commitment, but we're sort of saying, but but we'll only be good on our commitment if we're confident we can increase our pace of production. Well, we'll be able to do that with the Australian investment. Without the Australian investment, it will be harder. So each side has something we definitely want to do, and each side has resources that can help each other, but we kind of have to get the timing of this right. Australia is not going to make the investment unless they have surety that there's going to be a deliverable for them. It would imagine going to the Parliament and saying, you know, let's invest billions in the U.S. submarine industrial base. The question is going to be, and what are the guarantees that the Virginia-class subs will be there? So we should use this historic opportunity of the Australian investment to enhance our ability to meet the production goals that we're talking about. And obviously, that's not just an Australian investment. We have been investing in the submarine industrial base in the last few years, and we have more to do. And the questions about how much more, I think, are fair questions. On your crawl, walk, run, if we were not to do the Virginia-class transfers, the ultimate goal is that Australia, which currently has no nuclear at all, I mean, the only nuclear Australia has is medical isotopes. They don't even have civilian nuclear. If we don't have this interim step of the transfer of the Virginia-class subs, the ultimate goal that Australia will build their own nuclear subs off a UK design but chock full of American technology, they would be significantly delayed in their ability to develop a domestic submarine manufacturing capability if there was not a timely delivery of this interim step. Because with the Virginia-class subs, they're already training their officers here in the United States to operate nuclear subs. The Virginia-class sub transfer would happen after we had done significant training of their workforce. And then with the Virginia-class subs, they're learning to operate nuclear subs and maintain nuclear subs, possibly to refuel nuclear subs. And all those skill sets are needed before they begin to be a world-class producer of their own nuclear subs in the 2040s and beyond. So the AUKUS framework, and I'm now just talking about Pillar 1, is train them, accept their investment so we can expand our industrial base, ramp up our production, deliver assets to Australia that they can use and then learn on so that they can develop their own capacity. And that capacity would be fantastic for the United States and for all of the nations in the Indo-Pacific who care about stability there. So I think the crawl, walk, run analogy, which I hadn't thought of until you said it, is a really important one. We want to get the Aussies to a place where they have their own production capacity. The only way we can do that in a timely way is through the first step of the Virginia-class deliverables. Their investment in our industrial base, together with our own investment, is going to get us there and benefit both American security and security of Australia and regions of the nation. Have I stated that right, Secretary Carlin?
Senator, you've stated a lot more beautifully than I ever could.
Okay. Well, I don't know about that, but I'll yield back.
A lot more beautifully. What a compliment that is, I'll tell you. And when you took
I meant it as a compliment, to be very clear.
Oh, I was echoing your compliment. Yeah. I wasn't questioning it. When you took Ambassador Rudd there, which submarine did you see?
I brought back a hat from the USS New Jersey and delivered it to my committee chair. Chair, General Alvin, congratulations to you. One of my colleagues earlier in the hearing suggested that the problem with holds of military nominations was Chuck Schumer's fault. That's laughable. Senator Schumer has not placed a blanket hold on any military nominee during the entire 10 years I've been in the Senate. I don't think he's placed blanket holds on any nominees. I don't see that happening on this side of the aisle. And the attempt to blame the vacancies in these confirmed positions on Senator Schumer is embarrassing. It's laughable. It's laughable. Now, Senator Cotton, who was the one that raised it, said, oh, but Senator Schumer could call up a vote for the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff on the floor. That's true. We don't mind voting on people. But the implication is, why not vote on the top brass and just punish all the people below them? That seems to be the offer that's being made by the GOP. Vote on the top brass and punish everybody else. I remember one of my most memorable days in the Senate. We had a Senate lunch of all senators, closed door, and John McCain talked about his experience as a POW in Vietnam. And I'll never forget that. Some of my colleagues were there that day. Some have joined the body since then. Senator McCain talked about the day when the North Vietnamese figured out he was a big shot because his dad was a key leader. And they came to him and they said, we will benefit you because you're a big shot and let you out of the Hanoi Hilton. And you know what he said? No, I'm not letting you benefit the big shot, and I'm not going to get out of the Hanoi Hilton until you let every other hostage out who got here before me. Now, to me, that seems like what the military ethos is. I didn't serve in the military, but I had a son who did, and he always used this officers eat last thing. What, we're going to have votes for the top brass and just turn a blind eye to punishing hundreds of other people who are waiting? It's a punishment. It's a punishment. Why would we benefit the people at the top and cavalierly allow others to be punished? And so the offer that's on the table of, yeah, let's have a vote for a few people here at the top and allow all the others to suffer, that seems to be completely contrary to what I know the U.S. military ethic is. Trying to blame this on Chuck Schumer is embarrassing. Mr. Chair, I would like to offer the following articles into the record, articles that are appearing in foreign press in adversary nations, allied nations, other nations about the blockage of U.S. military leadership. And I'd like to offer the following articles. U.S. military hit by unprecedented leadership void. Russia Today, August 5, 2023. And there's more. Senator stalls U.S. military promotions and anti-abortion standoff. Al Jazeera, July 10, 2023. No truce over military blockade on abortion. Anthony Zurcher, BBC, September 8, 2023. The anti-abortion senator blocking the Pentagon. Iker Cesados El País, July 13, 2023. U.S. Senator Tommy Tuberville blocks top U.S. military promotions because of abortion views. The National and the United Arab Emirates, July 11, 2023. U.S. Senator blocks hundreds of military promotions over reproductive rights. Sydney Morning Herald, July 12, 2023. And a final piece from CBC, the Canadian Broadcasting Company News. Embassies unstaffed, military gaps, America's toxic politics spills into foreign affairs, July 25, 2023. I'd like to have all those entered into the record. General Alvin, one question. Pillar 2 of the AUKUS partnership encourages collaboration on a wide range of technologies between the U.S., Australia, and the United Kingdom. What role do you see for the Air Force in the AUKUS partnership?
Well, Senator, the role for the Air Force in the AUKUS will largely be sort of decided by the senior leadership of each of those three countries. I will tell you that we have several deep and integrated interoperability and relationships with both Australia and the United Kingdom. Airborne C2, some of the things, the opportunities for co-development of weapon systems, I think those are some of the opportunities as we look at some of the developments of the systems that I think will be largely AUKUS-friendly, if you will, whether they're bilateral or trilateral. I think there's lots of opportunities to advance with allies and partners.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back, but I just am recalling the heroism of our former chair, John McCain, today, and the fact that he would not let those who weren't VIPs be punished, even though it would have benefited him. And I think that's an ethic that we should all learn from. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Shaheen. I'm going to start a second round of questions that I have. I have been informed that it's unlikely that Senator Rubio will return. If he does, I'll offer him the opportunity to ask questions there is a vote on. If I could, Secretary Robinson, talk about the counter-narcotics cooperation level between the United States and Colombia and the new government. They're taking a somewhat different direction. I'd like to hear your assessment of how we view the partnership on counter-narcotics efforts.
Well, I think you're absolutely right. I will start out by saying traditionally, the United States and Colombia have had an excellent security relationship. That relationship still continues. It's changing with the new administration. The new Petro government, they obviously want to go in a different direction on things like eradication. That said, they continue to work with us on interdiction. They continue to work with us on strategies for rural security. They continue to work with us on newer parts of our strategy that go after things like environmental crimes. We are working with our partners in AID on getting land titles to Colombians that have never owned the land that they're on before. We continue to have a comprehensive security and development engagement with Colombia. Colombia has become a provider of security, not just in the region, but globally, and we will continue to work on that.
That's helpful to hear that, and that matches what I've heard from General Richardson, the head of Southcom, that the change in government has not affected the mill-to-mill cooperative relationship. It is important for us to understand that this government is moving away from some of the eradication strategies, and that could have some challenges, but the fact that they are continuing to be a strong partner on interdiction and other security strategies, that is important to note. Secretary Nichols, just a couple months ago, in April of 2023, the administration announced the opening of safe mobility offices, also known as Movilidad Segura, in Colombia and Guatemala, where migrants can be considered for humanitarian or other lawful pathways from the Americas to the U.S. or other countries. The idea would be to have them go to those offices rather than appear at the frontera aquí. How does the funding for the safe mobility offices tie into the overall budget? And even though it's been fairly recent, since April, can you share how this strategy seems to be working?
Thank you, Chairman. I just note that Deputy Secretary for Management and Resources, Rich Verma, is in Guatemala and Colombia this week, precisely looking at the safe mobility offices. They're up and running there. And in Costa Rica, we had the chance to talk to President Chavez about that during his visit. They are processing applications for people. The idea is that this gives people access to lawful pathways for migration, reduces irregular migration, and has the opportunity for people to go not just to the United States, but other countries like Spain. People also receive information about ways that they can integrate into the societies where they are, should they wish to do so. The requests that we have will provide for training for the people who work at those centers, host nation officials in the migration management area, funding for our partners like the International Organization for Migration and the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, this is a huge priority as a way to reduce the numbers of people arriving at our southwest border.
I think it's really an important strategy, and we'll want to continue to monitor its success. The success of these safe mobility offices also can have a significant effect in reducing the cartel soaking people for all their money and essentially human trafficking them. If there can be these offices near to where people are, where they can find information about lawful pathways and potentially receive a permission to come where they can buy an air ticket rather than pay a cartel thousands of dollars to traffic them on a dangerous journey to the border where they may or may not receive what they hope to. It'll also assure some safety and drain the cartels of some resources that they're now getting. A question about Chinese influence. Congress has appropriated funds generally to the Department of State to counter the influence of China globally. What do you do within your portfolio to make sure that those funds are being allocated appropriately to activities in the Americas? Because these are some global funds that could go everywhere, but I'd like to ask particularly how you go to bat to make sure that the Western Hemisphere receives a sufficient allocation of those funds.
Thank you, Chairman. Our focus in this hemisphere is making sure that countries have their eyes open about their engagements with China, particularly in areas like infrastructure investment. That means, in the United States, we have CFIUS to evaluate foreign investment. We want to build capacity in partner nations around the hemisphere so they can evaluate the quality of investments. We disseminate information about the opportunities through U.S. institutions like USAID, Development Finance Corporation, EXIM. We look for ways to partner with regional institutions like the Inter-American Development Bank. Just today, they announced a roadshow initiative to promote U.S. company investment in the hemisphere that would benefit from IDB financing, which I think is a great initiative. We work with cultural institutions to talk about the realities of the relations with China that they have, and to understand that if they've got a Confucius Institute in their country, what is that there for? What are they doing? What's the reality of the human rights situation in China?
If I could, Administrator Escobar, the USAID in May announced about $60 million in programming to Central America to combat gender-based violence and to advance human rights, HIV prevention. What type of programs is USAID implementing to break the cycle of gender-based violence against women in Central America?
Thank you, Senator, for your question. So, yeah, gender-based violence continues to be painfully prevalent in the region and far too normalized. So it is a priority in most of the countries that we operate, and our approach involves focusing on prosecution to increase the reporting and conviction of crimes, protection and victim assistance, and sometimes that involves going to the victims. We have mobile centers that go to the most isolated rural indigenous communities to provide services, and prevention, changing gender norms. So we've worked in some case very successfully with our partner countries. In Guatemala, we set up the 24-hour courts, and we piloted the first ones, and then the government took over. And we find that when you have the judicial centers that are specialized in these crimes, the impunity is reduced tremendously. So in El Salvador, we supported close to 40 victim assistance sentences, and the conviction rate in these cases was 5 times the average of the rest of the country. And lastly, in changing norms, that is a long-term endeavor, but we're tackling it in creative ways. In Honduras, we recently launched a 4-month campaign partnering with the major media company for airing a telenovela that features 4 women that have gone through overcoming discrimination, harassment, stigma, and really inspiring the audience to break the cycle of violence. So we're approaching it from all angles, and again, collaborating with our partner countries to reduce these numbers.
Very important work. My last question, Secretary Nichols, is for you. President Biden announced in June of 2022 the America's Partnership for Economic Prosperity. There has been criticism, and I've participated in the criticism, that the announced framework is still a little bit hollow in terms of accomplishment or achievement. I raised this at a recent hearing. We were informed that the White House and State were looking at APEP and maybe going to take a slightly different direction with it. We haven't heard anything since then. Is there anything to report now about APEP?
Well, we are robustly engaged in working with our partners among the 12 APEP countries. We're focusing on regional competitiveness, sustainable infrastructure, climate and environment, shared prosperity and good governance, and healthy communities, ensuring that people have access to health care in the region. We've been focusing on making sure that this is something that is a shared priorities among our partners in the region. Ambassador Lisa Kubicki has been leading our conversations, and former Senator Chris Dodd as well has been very active in outreach on these issues. We expect to have leaders meet later this year to talk about these priorities, and we will have a framework where ministers in key areas work together on concrete solutions. We expect to bring real, concrete, supportive resources to this exercise, but this is not the United States handing down a tablet from heaven. This is working with our partners to find shared approaches and shared solutions. Mr. Chairman, if I could just also note the importance for us, whether it's on engagement with our partners, APEP, competing with China. I want to thank you and this committee for everything that you can do to approve our and confirm our ambassadors in the region. The ability to speak at the ambassadorial level in countries is vital to our ability to counter China and to advance our own interests.
Thank you for that. I'd like to appreciate the witnesses for being here today. We had, I think, 8 senators, 6 of whom asked questions. That's positive. This is a really important priority. I'm going to ask that the record of this hearing be held open until the close of business Friday, so that if members of the committee, whether they were here or not, wish to direct questions in writing, they can do so by that date. And I would encourage you all to provide prompt and comprehensive responses should questions be directed in writing. And with that, the hearing is adjourned. The Senate Foreign Relations Subcommittee on Western Hemisphere, Transnational Crime, Civilian Security, Democracy, Human Rights, and Global Women's Issues will come to order. It's a pleasure to welcome our distinguished panel of government witnesses and my colleagues. The focus of today's hearing is on state and USAID's budget priorities for the Western Hemisphere and how the budget can best complement and support U.S. interests and policy goals for this very, very important region. I want to thank Senator Rubio and his team for their help framing up this hearing. I'm proud of the work we've done on the region thus far during our time in the Senate together. We've kind of been trading chair and ranking back and forth, but we've been good partners, whatever the lineup. The U.S. and our 34 neighbors in the hemisphere share deep ties and a close history. Our collective prosperity and security are deeply intertwined. The U.S. people-to-people ties with the Western Hemisphere are extraordinarily robust, with proud diaspora communities in Virginia, Florida, all of our states, all across the country. And in this region, we see a mutual commitment to democracy and free markets. We also see evidence of backsliding in areas where we have to pay special attention. The economic ties in this hemisphere are similarly deep. During the first 6 months of 2022, U.S. trade in goods with the region totaled $568 billion. I'm often kind of poking our statisticians to say trade in goods is one thing, but trade in services is often growing much faster, and we don't necessarily capture that, and we need to. This trade in goods has rebounded to pre-pandemic levels, which is really important. But despite that, the U.S. and the region as a whole are confronting a multitude of challenges across the hemisphere, and these are the challenges that a robust budget should be prioritized to address. Despite being home to some of the world's most vibrant and active democracies, the hemisphere has also experienced, by most metrics, the sharpest decline in its democratic institutions of any region in the 21st century. This includes worsening repression in Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Cuba, the collapse of Haiti's government, political violence in Ecuador, instability in Peru. The erosion of democracy and surge in political unrest leads to an increase in irregular migration flows. It creates opportunities for encroachment by foreign adversaries such as the People's Republic of China, which exploits corruption and weak institutions to its advantage. It benefits cartels who further weaken and corrupt state institutions. The reach of narco-trafficking networks is expanding. Fentanyl trafficking conducted by professional smugglers via Mexico to the United States has taken the lives of hundreds of thousands of Americans through fatal overdoses, leading the Senate in the recently passed National Defense Authorizing Act to declare the fentanyl crisis a national security emergency. The COVID-19 pandemic also swept away more than a decade of development gains, and it's led to increases in food insecurity and humanitarian challenges such as human trafficking and increases in poverty. So the U.S. assistance to the region is vital in shoring up U.S. interests and democratic principles, as well as the overall stability of the region in the face of these challenges. Every crisis faced by the region and its people deeply and directly impacts the United States, so our wise use of U.S. dollars to promote stability is not just a benefit to others, it's a benefit to American citizens. The region faces challenges, but sometimes we focus only on challenges and we neglect to talk about bright spots, and we should always talk about bright spots. Panama, Costa Rica, the Dominican Republic have established the Alliance for Development and Democracy. Ecuador's previous government was part of that. There's a question about Ecuador's commitment going forward, but at least these three nations in establishing the alliance have reaffirmed their support for strengthening of democratic institutions and promoting economic prosperity in their nations. While the Venezuelan crisis is one of the world's most pressing humanitarian emergencies, neighboring countries like Colombia and Peru, Chile have stepped up and generously hosted millions of Venezuelans who have fled their home country. That has to be acknowledged and appreciated. And in the Caribbean, the vast majority of countries remain robust democracies and close U.S. partners. As our neighbors face difficult crises, the U.S. can't stand on the sidelines. We owe to our partners and allies, to our friends and families in the region, to take initiative and accountability in addressing these challenges. I've maintained since joining this committee when I came to the Senate in 2013 that we should pay more attention to the Americas, not less, and that if we did, it would have tremendous benefit not only for the region but for us. Now, we're in a tough fiscal environment. We're in the middle of quite a budgetary discussion right now, so it's important to ensure that precious taxpayer dollars are being spent wisely, that they're advancing U.S. values and interests, and I'm interested in hearing from all of our esteemed witnesses today about how the Department of State and the USAID are acting on administration priorities for the region and how funding will be targeted to help friends in the hemisphere tackle shared challenges. Let me now turn it over to our ranking member, Senator Rubio, for his remarks before I introduce the panel.
Thank you, and thanks for holding this hearing, and thank you all for coming and for your service.
The nation, in my mind. Senator Kaine.
Thank you. We are in, by many measures, a significant and historic recovery, 13.5 million jobs since President Biden has taken office, 800,000 new manufacturing jobs and growing. I know some suggest that, okay, there was going to be a period of recovery after COVID, and some, demean the manufacturing job growth by saying it's just 8% of the economy. But, Mr. Harris, you touched upon this in your testimony. I'd like you to dig in further. How has the recovery in the United States since the darkest days of COVID compared to international peers?
So we're the envy of the world economy. We have grown faster. You've seen stronger consumption growth, in part because the recovery packages that was passed by this body were designed to do exactly that, was maintain consumption throughout the recovery. This is one of the first recoveries we've had where there was virtually no scarring. And it's in stark contrast to what we saw out of the last recession when there was severe scarring. I think we corrected for many of those problems. Secondly, while inflation was worse in the United States for a period, in our economic peers, they've largely caught up. And that's because many of the inflation drivers are global in nature. They're rising food prices, they're rising energy prices, and many other factors we've discussed. So in general, on an international scale, we are the envy of the world. We're growing faster, we're more stable, and our inflation rates look similar.
My chief worry about the economy right now is the labor market. Everywhere I go in Virginia, whether it's my ag sector or my manufacturers or hoteliers, hospitals, shipbuilders, hard to hire people. Hard to hire people. And I don't think there is a single answer to that. I think it's, better skills training, It is immigration reform that is focused on the workforce. Our birth rate's not going to change. If it did, we wouldn't see it for 25 years. So I think immigration reform is really important. But another component that I think is really important is affordable child care. The number of workers that are out of the workforce, so they're not showing up in an unemployment rate because they're out of the workforce because they can't find high-quality, affordable child care, is significant. And these are often people with very high levels of skills, and they really want to be in the workforce, and it would be great if they could for the economy and for their families and their own sense of well-being and productivity. But if they can't find high-quality, affordable child care, they're not in. And even people who are in the workforce but who are worried about child care, I spent a lot of time on military bases, and I talked to sailors, naval aviators at Oceana Naval Station in Virginia Beach, for example, and they say, the absence of child care means I find something, but I don't feel that comfortable with it. So 5% of my brain when I'm at work, and I'm really supposed to be focusing on the defense of the nation, about 5% of my brain is like, I don't know if my child care situation is very good. So talk a little bit about the connection between affordable, high-quality child care and labor market productivity.
So I agree 100% that too expensive child care and too hard to find child care is a major economic issue, particularly for women, but not exclusively. There's just not enough of it. We saw many child care centers contract, the supply of child care contract over the pandemic. So you've taken a bad situation, you made it worse. The average American family with a child under 5 spends 13% of their income on child care. So for a lot of, in a lot of instances, particularly for second earners, it doesn't make financial sense for them to go into the labor market. So if you came to me and you said, I want to boost labor force participation, what's the single best thing I can do? I would probably say make child care affordable. And you can do that through a host of different strategies. You can subsidize child care. You can subsidize employers to build child care, which is actually where workers want it. They want it at the place of employment. Or you can invest in major block grants that go to states and let them use their discretion. But child care is 100% an economic issue, and I see it as the best avenue for raising labor force.
And it's likely to get worse at the end of this month because the child care stabilization funds that were put in place during the COVID public health emergency expire. There's estimates that suggest about 80,000 kids in Virginia could lose child care spots if these funds expire, and about 2,800 child care workers could lose their jobs as the market contracts. We already don't have enough. It's going to get worse if we don't do something about it. It's funny, I've never asked this question before, and I'm kind of surprised I haven't. Dr. Goodspeed, is the Hoover Institution named after Herbert Hoover?
It is.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair.
Senator Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, recent census data show that after the pandemic relief program.
So thank you, Senator Johnson and Mr. Chair. A recent New York Times article caught my attention. The article was entitled, "A Huge Threat to the U.S. Budget Has Receded and No One is Sure Why." I'd like to introduce that New York Times article for the record, Mr. Chair. The article outlines that since 2010, Medicare spending has been significantly lower than expected. According to the CBO, between 2010 and 2020, that cost was about 9% lower than what they had expected. And the most interesting part is that nobody's 100% sure why. Is it a combination of legislative changes, new laws, economic changes, technical changes, which CBO estimated led to some past overestimation of spending per beneficiary? And the majority of the decrease has come in this category: less spending per beneficiary. I'd like to understand a little bit more about this. I wonder whether the passage of the Affordable Care Act and the extension of health insurance to working Americans in the millions who had never had insurance before might have led them to live healthier and thus need less health care immediately upon obtaining Medicare eligibility age. But Dr. Moon, might you speak to that trend and offer any thoughts that you have about why Medicare spending over the last decade was lower than expected?
Sure. I agree that we don't know exactly, and it's very hard to parse it out. But we do know, for example, from studies that have been done of people who come onto the Medicare program when they did not have insurance before they came on, they spent much more in the first few years, and it lasted for a number of years than other beneficiaries who had insurance. So undoubtedly, the Affordable Care Act will have had a very large impact, and I think there'll be eventually studies that show some of that. The other thing that people don't focus on so much is that that also is a period of time when the baby boom generation was first becoming eligible for Medicare, and 65-year-olds are much cheaper to provide care for than 85-year-olds. And when we baby boomers, I as one, get a little older, we'll be adding to the cost, so some of that may not stick. I think we're also finding some ways in which people are a little more skeptical and concerned about their care and asking better questions. Some of that, as people were talking about competition, some of that may help. But I'm also a skeptic that we have a system that's very receptive to people making good choices. This is really important stuff to people. They don't want to mess around. They're not going to go out and shop 14 different MRIs before they choose which one they're going to get, et cetera. We're going to have a real difficulty wrestling this to the ground, and I think this is going to have to take concerted effort of more consumer information, better investment in providing that information to people so they can make good choices, but also better government controls and insight into how we manage this very cumbersome but important system.
Well, there is an overlap in your comment and what Senator Johnson was saying, a market where people don't know what the costs are or shopping for the price of 14 different MRIs to decide which one to take is not the way people will approach their healthcare choices. We've got to figure out a way, more information, more transparency. I think all can agree on that. Ms. Wong, I want to ask you a question. Your testimony describes how the wealthy can often structure their affairs to choose their tax rates and when, even if ever, their income is taxed. I'm a co-sponsor of a bill by Senator Baldwin. It's called the Carried Interest Fairness Act, and that would address this issue, at least with respect to closing the carried interest loophole. Could you describe how reforms in this space could help address the two-tier tax system that you described?
Thank you, Senator. It's a really great example of how preferences in the tax system sort of attract avoidance and sometimes even evasion in complex ways. So the carried interest loophole, as you know, is how some hedge fund managers can choose capital gains treatment on compensation that should really be taxed as salaries. In other words, they can just elect to have a lot of their income taxed at a lower rate. So closing this loophole would just mean that the labour of fund managers would be taxed similarly to workers who are employed at the same companies that these hedge fund managers are investing in. And the 2017 tax law did take a small step towards addressing this issue, but bills like yours and others would more comprehensively close the loophole.
I'm very much a believer that we ought to move to a system where income is income. I would want it to be progressive with rates that would be higher as income goes up, but a system that would not advantage structuring your income as, capital gains rather than salary, or carried interest rather than salary, or interest rather than dividends. We just give people who have the ability to hire sharp accountants and lawyers the ability to, essentially choose their own tax rate. Most people don't get that deal, and we should move to a system, and that would be more fair, and it would be one way we could also address some issues like the solvency and funding solvency of programs like Medicare, really important. As I yield back, I am really intrigued with this Medicare cost issue, and as you said, Dr. Moon, even though this particular question about ACA expansion and connection of Medicare costs, there may not be enough data yet, there has been significant studies about the Medicare spending per beneficiary of people who had health insurance before they reached Medicare age and those who didn't. And just the healthier you can keep yourself during in life, the healthier you're going to be when you reach Medicare age. And if you don't have access to good health care or health insurance, you're going to have a lot of deferred maintenance on the body when you get to Medicare, and that will drive costs up. And so I think if the past studies hold, I think we would likely see that the expansion of affordable health insurance, both through Medicaid expansion, but also just providing subsidies so that people can buy insurance on the exchange at a lower cost rate, that expansion is going to be a significant factor in the reduction over what we might have expected in Medicare per beneficiary costs. So I look forward to more discussion on that. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thanks, Senator Kaine. Let me thank the witnesses for appearing before the committee today and for the many colleagues who participated. Let me also thank the advocates and the District of Columbia seniors who joined us here in the hearing today. Appreciate very much your presence. I would say that perhaps some faint outlines.
Let me now recognize Senator Kaine.
We're the Senate Armed Services Committee. It's not you guys and us guys. We're Americans. We're Americans. This committee, we're all Americans. We might have different political parties and different political views. Criticism is an American right, and we ought to be critical when we need to be, and we can have different views about what criticisms are fair or not, but it's not you guys and us guys in this room. We're all Americans trying to serve the public, and I hope we will act that way. I do think the discussion, about lessons learned from Afghanistan can't just be punted to a commission that's going to come back with answers later, because we've spent a lot of time around this committee table and we have views. I'm not an expert. For those who want to read the report that has been provided by state to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, members who aren't on the committee probably didn't know that report had been provided. I think you're entitled to it, so you should just ask to see that report. And if any of you have a challenge getting it, Senator Shaheen and I and Senator Rounds are on the Foreign Relations Committee. Come to us and we'll go to bat for you. A lot of reports are out there that we can see, but you never know that it's been given to another committee. Well, now we do know that's been provided to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and if folks want to read it, ask to see it. And if you have trouble, come to the SFRC members, and we'll work to make sure that you see it. The mistakes that seem the most obvious ones to me, and yet we need to dig into it even further. The mistakes that seem most obvious is, one, President Trump should never have negotiated a peace deal with the Taliban and cut out the Afghan government. It basically threw them under the bus. It committed to a deal that they had no ownership in, that they found to be unacceptable, and that caused a huge loss of Afghan morale for the U.S. to negotiate a withdrawal with the Taliban without including the Afghan government. Who thought that was a good idea? Who came up with that idea of not inviting the Afghan government to participate in the withdrawal agreement? And then the second agreement that goes more on the Biden administration's shoulders is there were a variety of scenarios presented to the administration about the Afghan military's capacity and how strong they would be. And some were really pessimistic, and some were kind of middle of the road, and some were quite optimistic. And what we heard from the DOD and administration witnesses who came before us were the optimistic ones, that the Afghan military would be very strong. And we now know that the administration was being given pessimistic estimates as well. And when you get a range of estimates, you shouldn't just accept the rosy one. And I think that was clearly a mistake. Now, even with those mistakes, if there had been a proposal before this committee or before Congress to do what would have had to be done to stay longer, put more American troops in, I can't imagine that would have gotten support on either side of the aisle in this committee, in Congress, either house. That would have been necessary to stay longer. But the rosy scenarios about what the Afghan military would do probably led to some mistakes at the end. I mean, we should have planned on a worst case scenario, not on a rosy case scenario. And I think that was a mistake. And I think we got to own it, because people who are watching at home, they don't want to just see, well, we'll have a commission that will come back and give us some recommendations down the road. So anyway, to my committee members, if you want to see the report that has been given to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, ask for it. And if you have trouble getting it, ask me and I'll try to help. Ms. Abercrombie, we talked a lot about some of the things you'd focus on if confirmed. Can you expand on, for my colleagues, some of the acquisition strategy you talked about, error reduction, incentive structures for the contracting process? Can you share some of those ideas?
Thank you, Senator, for the question, and thanks for the time in your office the other week. So, Senator, if confirmed, I think I've got a few priorities, and that would be certainly making sure we get equipment at speed and scale to the warfighter, and so that does look to reduce timelines, both by ensuring we're using the flexible acquisition authorities that have been provided by Congress and the new acquisition pathways that have been implemented by DOD. It's making sure we're training the workforce properly to apply all those and make sure that it is being applied across the department department, sharing lessons learned, and also reducing the barriers to the non-traditional suppliers, making sure we have competition in the marketplace, so to speak, attracting smaller businesses, traditionally disadvantaged businesses, et cetera, potentially by reducing regulatory barriers and making sure those pathways are clear.
I look forward to working with you on those and supporting both your nominations.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Kaine. Senator Budd, please.
Thank you to all the witnesses for being here today and helping the committee examine ways to both maintain quality but reduce costs as we're doing so. I care very deeply about this topic. I have a bill with Senator Bennett that I call the Medicare X Choice Act, and I want to talk about it a second. And Dr. Fiedler asked you a question about it. Medicare X Choice Act would create a public option that would expand upon the successes of the Affordable Care Act, making affordable coverage available for families, individuals, and small businesses. It would direct CMS to devise an insurance policy that would cover the ACA essential benefits and offer that policy on the exchange for individuals and small businesses. An individual choosing to purchase that policy, if they qualified for the ACA subsidy, could apply that subsidy to bring down the cost of the premium, because the CMS devised policy would not need to cover a profit margin, fancy salaries, ads on TV, return to shareholders. It would likely be a very affordable option for people, wouldn't force people to buy a government policy, but I think folks looking at the exchange would find it to be a very attractive option. The proposal would increase access to health care services in parts of our country that have historically faced challenges accessing care. Rural Virginia, rural America, where often there's inadequate options or choice on the exchanges. People, because CMS exists in every zip code in the country, it could be available on every exchange in the country. Somebody moving from Virginia to Oregon, not knowing whether the insurance company that insures them in Virginia even offers policies in Oregon, would need to worry about whether the Medicare X policy would be available, because Medicare already operates in every zip code. My colleagues and I have differing opinions about how to achieve the goal of broadened access and reduced costs, but I do think we have the common goal of doing those things. And that was why I was so gratified when the Urban Institute issued a report last year stating that if implemented, the Medicare X Choice Act would reduce the number of uninsured people by about 1.1 million, save households about $10.9 billion a year, save the federal government $20.3 billion a year, and cut total spending on health care by $456 billion over a 10-year period. Increased access to care is not only good for individuals, it's good for communities. Dr. Fiedler, I'd like to ask you to speak about how the mechanics of Medicare X would both increase access to care and reduce health care spending over the long term.
Yes, thank you for the question. So this is something that Dr. Daphne alluded to in her testimony, but a striking feature of our healthcare system is that private insurers pay much higher prices for the same healthcare services than Medicare does. And that's a reflection of the fact that private insurers have to negotiate these prices with providers, and providers in many markets wield a lot of market power. Whereas Medicare is able to pay lower prices by setting prices administratively. So Medicare X would introduce a Medicare-like plan into the individual and small group markets, and because Medicare X would pay these lower prices, it would offer lower premiums than existing plans. It would probably, because of the lack of a profit margin and probably somewhat lower administrative costs, that would add to the premium reductions. So that's where the cost savings would come from. You also asked about access. In terms of access, there would be sort of two main effects to think about. One is that the lower premiums would cause some people who are uninsured today to take up coverage, which would improve their access to care. And then another is that the federal government would save a lot of money on the subsidies delivered to people who are currently insured. And the bill would then use some of those federal savings to enhance the subsidies available to people who buy coverage on the marketplace, and that would pull additional people into the market, into coverage, and improve access to care.
Thank you, Dr. Fiedler. You know, we don't have the votes to do Medicare X yet, but I believe it's the next step forward that we started on a path with the Affordable Care Act. I don't think we should just go on a different path, but I think we should take the next step forward on the path we began. And I think offering a Medicare X policy on the exchanges and allowing people, as they shop, to do what Senator Braun said, to shop and try to find the most economical plans, I think that would be a good thing. I want, Dr. White, I have a question for you, and then we will close the hearing. At a Budget Committee hearing last month, I asked Dr. Marilyn Moon about a New York Times article that caught my attention, and I heard Senator Whitehouse referring to it. The article was entitled, "A Huge Threat to the U.S. Budget Has Receded, and No One is Sure Why." And it was sharing the work of the CBO that between 2010 and 2020, Medicare costs were 9% lower than expected. The article was interesting in advancing different scenarios. I asked Dr. Moon if she had thoughts about why this happened, and she speculated two factors. One, that passage of the Affordable Care Act and an increase in people having insurance prior to joining Medicare might mean that people were a little bit healthier when they joined Medicare, and thus their expenses might have been lower, at least initially. And then she also pointed out that there is a demographic aging bubble of a lot of people turning 65 at once, baby boomers like me. I turned 65 in February. And younger seniors tend to be healthier than older seniors, so if you have a huge bubble of young seniors coming into Medicare, that can also affect costs. Given that CBO was responsible for the work that has led to this interesting phenomenon and speculation, can you talk about the factors that CBO took into consideration when doing the analysis and how those factors could potentially change over the next 10-year budget cycle?
Sure. There's a lot to unpack in that question. Let me start with the baby boomers aging into Medicare. That's a demographic phenomenon that's very well understood. It's very predictable, and it's baked into our demographic factors. So that is pretty straightforward to have a handle on. In terms of people having health insurance under age 65 because of the ACA and then aging into Medicare, that sounds plausible. We haven't dug into that and pinned down the size of that. The ACA did so many other things, big things in Medicare that phenomenon, my sense is relatively small. But one thing that I want to draw out is that the unexpected slowdown in Medicare spending actually started appearing well before 2014, when the coverage expansions went into effect. And so this is really a long-running slowdown phenomenon, and we know that we overestimated Part D spending. We know that Medicaid spending on long-term services and supports has turned downward. We're taking those factors into account when we project going forward. And I want to make a general point that we use the most recent historical evidence as our jumping off point. We look at our misses, we scrutinize those misses. When we come to understand our misses better, we explain to the world why we've updated our thinking. That showed up in the CMMI report in a big way. And our projections now, as always, we're trying to be in the middle of the distribution. It's likely to be too high as too low. The future is always uncertain, but we're trying to take on what we've learned and really dig into the phenomenon that Dr. Moon highlighted.
Well, great. Well, thank you, Dr. White. The fact that the CBO manages to make Democrats happy or unhappy and Republicans happy or unhappy. You know, I've railed at some CBO studies and been entirely comforted by others, and everyone around this table feels the same way. I think you're approaching the work that you do in this space with, with intellectual integrity and an attempt to be even-handed, and I appreciate that. And I do think it's important. I applaud analyzing your misses, because when you miss something, going back and trying to understand why gives you the ability to calibrate and then, hopefully do a better job. I think the Samuel Beckett line is, ever tried, ever failed, no matter, try again, fail better. And so it sounds like that's the method that you follow. The hearing is now concluded. I want to thank the witnesses for appearing before the committee. Your written statements fully will be included in the record. Without objection, I submit statements for the record from Millbank Memorial Fund, the Rhode Island Quality Institute, the National Association of Accountable Care Organizations, from Professor David Cutler and Nikhil Sani, and a preprint publication in Health Affairs titled, quote, "Active Steps to Reduce Administrative Spending, Associated Financial Transactions in U.S. Healthcare." As information for all senators, questions for the record are due by noon tomorrow, with signed hard copies delivered to the committee clerk in Dirksen 624. Email copies will also be accepted. We'll ask witnesses if there are questions for the record that are submitted to respond to those questions within 7 days of receipt. With no further business before the committee, this hearing is adjourned.
Senator Kaine.
Thank you, Chair Sanders, and congratulations, Dr. Bertagnoli. I'm happy to support your nomination. Every time a representative of the NIH comes before us, I ask for an update on the Recover initiative. Congress provided NIH with $1.15 billion in funding to advance understanding, prevention, and treatment of the long-term effects of COVID, including long COVID. And this is a topic very important to me because I live with a mild form of long COVID. Because I've been public about that, I hear from people every day. In this body, I have colleagues, former Senator, former colleague Senator Inhofe, Senator Young, have talked about long COVID experiences. My wife went to a lawyer last week with a friend of ours to help her file for bankruptcy because her treatments for long COVID that knocked out her balance now leave her in a situation where if she doesn't file for bankruptcy, she could lose her home. I was at an event Monday and a technology CEO came up and talked to me about his wife's experience with acceleration and deceleration of her heart rate, which is a fairly common long COVID symptom. About 5.3% of Americans now have long COVID, and of those, that group, 80% suggest that their long COVID significantly limits life activities. Americans depend on research coming out of NIH to help understand how to treat, cure, prevent symptoms that are often debilitating. And it frustrates and saddens me to hear how many long COVID folks who are dealing with it have both had a negative impact on their life, but often face skepticism and disbelief as they describe their symptoms to employers and others. And I'm also frustrated when I hear long COVID sufferers indicate that NIH isn't doing enough on the issue and that their voices aren't being heard. Let me tell you what patient advocates tell me, that NIH isn't considering the input of those living with long COVID in the design and enrollment of long COVID clinical trials, that NIH is not as responsive as it should be to advocate outreach, that with Recover being spread across multiple institutes, there's lack of clear leadership and the initiative lacks kind of a point person that's held responsible for decision-making. There's a lack of transparency in the budget and future plans for the initiative. Dr. Bertagnoli, I know your work in the Cancer Institutes has not put you directly into this space, and so your knowledge of the inner workings of the Recover initiative are limited at this time. But should you be confirmed as director, I ask that you continue to work with me to address the concerns of those living with long COVID, including that you commit to meeting with patient advocates to discuss these issues.
So, Senator Kaine, thank you very much for that question. And I can absolutely confirm that I will work with you on this issue. I think this is one of the greatest tragedies we have recently seen. And I'll tell you one thing that is something I live by in my research. I love the expression, nothing about us without us. This comes from the people with lived experience community. Maybe we call them the patient advocates. And I love that expression because it really is the way we need to do our science. It not only are we then serving them because we're listening to them, but all the other issues of trust and accountability and respect for the people we serve happen when you do that. So you've hit something that it goes to my core, and I'd be delighted to work with you.
Thank you very much. Next topic I want to ask you about is pediatric cancer research. Along with Senator Moran and 13 other bipartisan members of this body, of this committee and the full body, we introduced a bill called the Gabriella Miller Kids First Research Act 2.0 to reauthorize a program that is aimed at combating childhood cancers. The legislation is the result of continuing efforts by the Miller family to fight childhood cancer and their revelation to me 10 years ago that of the NIH research budget, only a very, very tiny percent, less than 1%, was devoted to pediatric research in the cancer space. I'm pleased to say that the bill was voted out of the committee last month with a very strong bipartisan support. I know you're familiar with the challenges in combating childhood cancer in particular. As Congress looks to reauthorize the critical program, can you tell me how NIH will continue to expand its efforts using data sharing to speed up research, for example, particularly for childhood diseases such as pediatric cancers?
Yes, thank you. And this has been a major focus of my work since coming to NCI and would absolutely be carried over at NIH. And since time is brief, the beautiful, beautiful Gabriella Miller, when she looked into that camera, I'm sure you've seen it, looked into that camera, and I'm paraphrasing, I don't remember exactly, but she looked in that camera and she says, "Quit talking, get working," or something like that. It just gets to your heart, and we take that very seriously, and that's what inspires us to go forward.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Senator Kaine, please.
Thank you to the members of the commission for this work product. My colleagues have asked really good questions about important areas of nuclear deterrence. I'm going to ask a question about what I think is the most understandable and straightforward recommendation in your report. U.S. Government Cabinet Secretary should work with states and union leaders to reform and revitalize U.S. technical education and national workforce development to ensure the availability of critical skilled labor. What led the commission to make that recommendation?
So thank you, Senator Kaine. So as we looked at all of the various programs, all of the various infrastructure, the modernization programs, the thing that kept coming out over and over and over is that this is so hard, this is so new, this is so complex. We don't have the workforce. You know, one particular example that we spent some time with is at one of the NNSA construction projects. They don't have electricians. You know, the shipyards don't have welders. I mean, all of these fundamental things that we used to have, we don't have them in the quantities we need them. And so it's much bigger than a DOD. It's much bigger than a DOD. This is a national problem. So we just put this out there. It's beyond our really beyond our purview to solve this, but it has to be addressed. It has to be addressed.
I'm the son of an iron worker. I ran a school that taught kids to be welders and carpenters in Honduras in 1980 and 81. This recommendation is coming up again and again and again. We did an infrastructure bill. Who's going to build it? We did a manufacturing bill. Who's going to make it? We've made a commitment to try to produce subs not only for the United States, but for an AUKUS deal that I strongly support, but the shipyards we have now don't have sufficient workforce to produce on a pace for our own needs yet, much less others. My colleagues, I imagine many of my colleagues know, but maybe the public doesn't, the primary financial aid program that the federal government authorizes, the Pell Grant program. Pell Grants can be used for college, but not for career and technical education. To get a Pell Grant, if you income qualify, the course has to be the length of a college semester, 15 weeks long. A lot of college courses are 15 weeks, 3 days a week for an hour and a half, so 4.5 hours a week times 15, maybe 75 hours. A lot of high-quality career and technical education, it's an 8-week course, but it's 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, 300-plus hours, but you can't get a Pell Grant for it. We value college education. We send the signal that we don't value career and technical education. My son, when he was an infantry commander in the Marines, he could decide that somebody in his platoon got a military tuition assistance grant, but it had to be on a college campus. If somebody said, I want $300 to pass the American Welding Society certification exam, I'm an ordnance specialist, I can pass it, he could not allow them to do that. We consider career and technical education second class in this country, and it's not. It's what's needed. We ought to celebrate college, of course, but we ought to celebrate career and technical education. And I've had a bill, a bipartisan bill, very bipartisan bill. Many of the members of the committee are co-sponsors to finally say that Pell Grants should be able to be used for high-quality career and technical education. And I think that would be directly responsive to the recommendation you've made and that so many others have made. But as long as we devalue career and technical education in the country, then we're going to have problems here and everywhere else. Now, I'm going to switch over and ask a question about AUKUS. One of the proposals in AUKUS that excites me is the Australian government's willing to invest in the U.S. submarine industrial base. That's pretty unusual for another nation to say we'll invest billions of dollars in the U.S. submarine industrial base because it will help us with integrated defense in the Indo-PACOM. In looking in your commission's report, did you factor in the AUKUS proposal? These will be nuclear subs, but not armed with nuclear weapons. But I'm just curious, I know you talk a lot about the importance of alliances. Did you factor in the AUKUS proposal in this commission's report?
So we were certainly aware of that. Our recommendation really went to the inadequacy of the capacity in our current shipyards. And, you know, I should add from a personal note, in 2014, was part of, actually, I chaired a review on the internal nuclear enterprise at DoD, and one of the things that we identified in that report in 2014 was the inadequacy of the capacity at the shipyards. It's still there, it's worse. So, I mean, I certainly welcome the AUKUS contribution, but we need more capacity in our shipyards.
Great. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Kaine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations to the nominees. Mr. Watt, I want to talk to you a little bit about Peace Corps personnel issues, following up on some that Senator Booker raised. The Peace Corps is currently the subject of a federal lawsuit that accuses it of discriminating against applicants with disabilities in violation of the Rehabilitation Act. And in particular, this is a lawsuit that is also consistent with some constituent outreach to our office. People apply to get into the Peace Corps, they get an offer made to them, they undergo a medical clearance process, and then they find that their offers are rescinded, some because they have sought mental health counseling in the past, some because they take anti-anxiety medication or anti-depression medication. The gist of the lawsuit is that folks are being discriminated against on the grounds of seeking mental health support, which we should not be discouraging, we should be encouraging. We know that we have a lot of stigma issues surrounding mental health, and people don't seek treatment sometime when they need it. But the fact that they might need mental health treatment is no different than I might need, cholesterol medication or something like that, and people shouldn't be punished or believe that they're going to be punished in employment because they're seeking assistance on mental health issues. I don't want you to comment on the lawsuit, but I do want you to tell me that should you be confirmed, that you approach this responsibility with an understanding that there's nothing wrong with seeking mental health treatment, and that shouldn't be a bar to serving in the Peace Corps or in any other public service or private sector job for that matter.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate the question. I think you're absolutely right. It is important that people seek help when they need that. I would tell you that as an Army veteran, I find it incredibly important. I talk to a number of my former colleagues who are veterans and encourage them to seek help when they need it. We need to destigmatize seeking help. And as far as I see, needing help for mental health purposes is no different than breaking an arm or needing to get your cholesterol down. Yeah. So it's important that we get that help when we need it. And it's important that there is a system at play that takes into account volunteer safety and security, while at the same time encouraging that people get help. And if confirmed, I'll certainly get under the hood on that and work with your office to make sure that we're striking the right balance.
Please do. I like the broken arm analogy. If somebody walks in to a hearing with the cast, I'll usually say, oh, what happened and can I sign your cast? And it's a very easy conversation. And conversations about mental health should be equally as easy. We all have to work to make sure that's the case in whatever capacity. I worked in Honduras as a missionary many years ago, and Peace Corps was really active in Honduras. Peace Corps pulled out of Honduras in 2012 for legitimate concerns over safety at the time, extensive violence in the country, and the Peace Corps also pulled out of some other countries in the Northern Triangle, including El Salvador. The Peace Corps announced, I think, earlier this year that they're going to come back to El Salvador, which I view as a positive. I don't know if you know anything about status with Honduras. In my discussions with Honduran businesses and governmental leaders, they've expressed interest in the Peace Corps starting up again in Honduras. Do you know anything about the status of that right now?
Thank you, Senator. I'm not privy to the inner workings, but I do know that Peace Corps takes very seriously its responsibility to safety and security of the volunteers, and it's really an ongoing assessment, as I understand it, and if confirmed, would be committed to working with your office to ensure that we get you the latest information and thinking on that.
That would be great. I mean, and I know that the Peace Corps coming back, it begins with the request of the government, and I have not talked to President Castro to know whether there's been an official request for the Peace Corps to come back. I've talked to other government officials and private sector leaders in Honduras that hope that might come back. The Honduran violence rates are not that different. And frankly, I think they're a little bit less than those in Salvador. And with the Peace Corps back in El Salvador, I hope there might be a way to come back into Honduras because I think it's been a really important relationship. Last question I want to ask is to Mr. Toner, and it's about domestic violence. Gender-based violence in Liberia is, commonly at the top of the charts in terms of polling about what people want to see done, what a problem that people want to see action on. In 2019, Liberia passed the Domestic Violence Act. That's laudable, but implementation of the act still needs a lot to be desired. Should you be confirmed, how could you work with Liberia to make sure that we strengthen implementation and take additional steps and set an example to try to demonstrate the importance of reducing gender-based violence?
Thank you for the question, Senator. If confirmed, obviously human rights would be among my priorities. And as you noted, Senator, gender-based violence, including female genital mutilation, are among the concerns that are cited in the annual State Department Human Rights Report. I think a two-pronged approach, if I may, sir. I think I need to work with the government, the leadership, to make sure that they understand this is a priority. Equally, we need to work with civil society and engage. And Senator, I'm always an advocate for shining a light on these issues. As much as our voice can get out there, it offers solace and it offers a symbol to others who are looking for that. Again, I'm fully cognizant of the great power that America influence has on Liberia. So as much as we can be a model and be a voice and an advocate for change, I plan to do that, sir.
Thanks for that answer. I yield back.
Thank you, No time is left to yield back, but thank you.
For World for America. Without objection, that'll be put in the record, and Senator Kaine is recognized.
Mr. McNally, you testified in your opening comments that we should be wary about any policies that disrupt the energy markets in oil and gas. What do you think is the advisability of the United States using sanctions against nations like Russia, Venezuela, and Iran on their energy sector?
Thank you.
For bad behavior.
Thank you, Senator Kaine. So tread very carefully. I think it's critical that when President Obama put sanctions on Iranian oil exports, he did so at a time at which U.S. shale oil production was surging. We were enabled really to contain oil prices while cutting off Iran's oil exports. And one of the reasons why the Russian oil disruption did not occur last year was the Biden administration, to its credit, recognized that the European sanctions could cause a loss of 3 million barrels a day of Russian supply, so they led in creating a price cap mechanism, an off-ramp, if you will, for those sanctions. With one of the goals of that was to avoid that catastrophic loss of Russian oil, high oil prices that would hurt the economy and possibly public support for Ukraine. So those are two instances where it came into play.
So your thought is there's no one-size-fits-all on sanctions, but just tread carefully if you impose sanctions on foreign nations' energy sector.
Yes,
Thank you
sir.
for that. This is a question for Dr. Fulton, Ms. Fulton, and it's about pharmaceuticals. It's a little bit of a Virginia story. We're well aware of the devastating impact that natural disasters can have on access to life-sustaining medicine. Some of you have talked about some of the recent examples. In 2017, Hurricane Maria hit Puerto Rico. That exacerbated a saline solution shortage. 2018, wildfires in the western part of the country triggered N95 mask shortages, and then a number of you talked about the tornado destroying the Pfizer plant in North Carolina. That plant stored raw materials, packaging supplies, finished medications awaiting shipments to U.S. hospitals. Events like these stress the importance of diversifying supply chains. We can and should bring production of critical components closer to our shores. One disaster shouldn't be able to take down a supply chain, particularly a supply chain in an area as important as medical products and pharmaceuticals. That's why I was pleased that earlier this week, the Biden administration announced that Richmond, Petersburg, Virginia received a designation as a regional tech hub for advanced biotech manufacturing. I was selfishly excited about this because I helped create the Virginia Biotech Research Authority when I was a city councilman in the late 1990s. I served on its board as mayor. I appointed its board members as governor, and then I fought for the funding in both the American Rescue Plan and the infrastructure bill to help support this initiative. Can you discuss the importance of a federal investment in diversifying our medical product and prescription drug supply chain, and why is this sector so vulnerable to potential climate risks?
Yeah, Senator Kaine, thank you so much for the question, and congratulations on the new designation for the Richmond and Petersburg area. Medical products and pharmaceuticals are currently heavily reliant on overseas sources, many of which are in areas that are vulnerable to climate disruptions. The long transportation routes that these have to travel to get to the United States create challenges, especially when there are disruptions in global shipping. You asked about, why are they vulnerable? What can federal investments do? I think the lessons learned from the pandemic really underscore why we need this type of federal investment. You're going to create jobs through this, but it's also going to drive innovation and technological advancements, which is going to make things more efficient and cost-effective from production standards. It's important in creating robust, secure, and resilient medical and pharmaceutical supply chains, and reducing that reliance on the lengthy transportation routes.
Thank you. And Dr. Rose, a question for you, staying in the same space. I am the chairman of the Western Hemisphere Subcommittee of the Foreign Relations Committee, and I have been with other colleagues in a bipartisan way pushing the idea of more nearshoring of production closer to the United States. Obviously, if we can get it in the United States, that's great. But if we can get production of critical supplies in nations in the Western Hemisphere where we have trade agreements, where we're trying to help them grow their economies, I think that's all for the good. There are a number of steps underway to do that. The Vice President is working with nations to try to build more supply chains there. The CHIPS manufacturing bill had an ability to do investments in chips production in the Americas to pull some of that back from China. Talk a little bit about and this is my last question, about the value of looking at nearshoring, bringing supply chains, if not completely back to the United States, at least back close to the United States in regions, in the region that is our neighbor, where we have trade agreements with virtually all the nations in the area.
Well, the first way it helps is it lowers transportation costs rather than bringing things all the way from China. Second, it improves the security of supply because you're dealing with friendly countries. Third, it helps improve relations with our neighbors. China is aggressively going throughout the globe, investing in many countries, and they're in our backyard, could be even more so if we don't fill that vacuum. And finally, I'd say it's one way, especially with Mexico, to help with the border crisis. Creating jobs in Latin America will slow immigration to the U.S.
Senator Johnson.
Hey, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, Senator Kaine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to our witnesses for being here. At least three of you, Mr. Billingsley, Mr. Lannon, and Ms. Morley-Ryan, your testimony is really focused on workforce issues. Mr. Newman, you really get into how to conceive of the regulatory challenge, not that you ignore the workforce issues, but I really want to focus on the workforce side, and maybe I'll use, Mr. Lannon, your written testimony. We believe a shift to a skills-based approach to talent is the best way forward. But by a skills-based approach to talent, we mean an emphasis on what a person can do or learn rather than solely on their credentials. I kind of read Mr. Billingsley's testimony about the need to over-index investment in education and training in communities representing people of color. Ms. Morley-Ryan, you talking about Accenture's apprenticeship programs and some of the things you're doing. Okay, how do we deal with the workforce, and how do we look at what it is to be educated and ready to succeed in an AI-dominant economy? We are woefully behind in a number of the policies we have at the federal level. Senator Braun and I are co-sponsors of a bill that has now been pending before the Senate for 9 years. The bill would do something really radical. It would allow Pell Grants to be used for career and technical training and not just college. It has virtually a zero cost. It has had about 60 members of the Senate currently serving as co-sponsors at one time or another. It's gotten close to being passed, but there always seems to be something in the way. Most recently, we had it on the list for a markup in committee, but there were two other bills being marked up that day that were controversial, and so the entire markup was pulled down. And what we expected was going to be essentially a voice unanimous vote from the committee never happened. It's not yet been scheduled for another markup. Meanwhile, all of my employers are telling me they're having a hard time hiring people. We just did a manufacturing bill, who's going to make it? We just did an infrastructure bill, who's going to build it? You've testified that significant percentages of your employees don't need college degrees. And yet we offer to families whose kids want to go to college or whose parents want their kids to go to college a significant financial entitlement and incentive they can count on in a Pell Grant. But for a family that wants to have a youngster in Tulsa, for example, master skills to be an AI professional decades forward that doesn't require a college degree, we don't necessarily provide easily accessible financial aid for that family or for that student. Just seems to me to be a no-brainer, And I agree with you, Mr. Landon. We really are moving to sort of skills rather than credentials. Now, sometimes the best credentials are a validator of skills. So somebody who can pass the American Welding Society certification exam, they can take that anywhere in the country, and they may not know what the name of the high school you attended or what college you went to, but they know what an AWS certification is. So a credential can often be a validation of the skills or the validation of your ability to succeed in this area. But I just would like to throw it open to you. You know, we're the help committee. We set federal education policy, including how we incentivize students and their families to learn. I think we ought to incentivize college attendance, but I don't think we should suggest that college is the only way for somebody to successfully learn and be productive in this economy. And I would just love any of your comments on that.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Couldn't agree more. And I hope that with the looming transformation of AI, it could be used as impetus for taking action now at a congressional level. And I would just say, like Accenture, you know, we have had a lot of success with our Opportunity On-Ramp program at Workday, where 20% of our hires this year in early and mid-stage careers will come from a program that works with nonprofits to provide skill-based training for people at Workday, 4 to 6 month internships that are paid, transitioning to full-time hires at our company. People don't have to come from a background where they've had the opportunity to get a college degree, or maybe they're midlife and they are a veteran, or they're coming as a caregiver, and just having that skills-based orientation and mindset is so beneficial to us as an organization, and I do think we share that with my other panelists.
Absolutely. So I would draw a parallel between something that we're actually doing in Tulsa. We're trying to tackle a similar issue as it relates to, the cybersecurity industry, and we have some non-traditional programs like the Cyber Skills Center that offers a 6-month boot camp that we then use to connect people to apprenticeships within companies so that they can grow and be groomed and then get full-time employment. We should see something similar as it relates to the infrastructure around education and certification with artificial intelligence. But another thing we should consider is community-wide, use case training. One of the best ways for people to understand the power of artificial intelligence, specifically in different areas of the workforce, is for them to get hands-on experience seeing how effective it can be as a co-pilot for them. So one of the things that we've worked on designing in partnership with Seed AI, how do you go into a community and take some critical areas, workforce areas, and get the community to use, whether they be not just chatbots, but other forms of AI as co-pilots, whether it be in creative expression, grant writing, community development, social and criminal justice. We can provide real-world examples of how people can use AI to enhance, and improve their output in their career. That's a perfect way to get initial exposure before you plug them into an actual preset infrastructure.
Yes, and I echo again my fellow panelists here. I think what you're speaking to, Mr. Billingsley, is also just this overall technology and AI fluency that we need to be driving at the broadest level. And I think that starts at the K-12, sort of exposing people not only to the careers, which I think has been discussed quite a bit, but the technology in the context that it's a treat, to your point, Senator Hickenlooper, at the beginning, and not a trick, right? We want people to see what the value is for them within their own context, within their own sort of incentives and environment. And that comes back, I think, to what everybody has said so far today, which is centering the human or the person as a part of this conversation. So to your question on sort of workforce preparedness, Accenture is very much in line with you around providing opportunities, whether it's not a degree program or even a credential, but really driving technology and AI fluency in a variety of ways, which could be through work-based learning, it could be through a credential program or a 2 or 4 year degree, or it could candidly continue to just be on the job or within their K-12 education. Thank you for the question.
Thank you so much. I yield back.
Senator Kaine.
Thank you, Chairman Whitehouse, and thanks to the witnesses for being here. The title of this hearing is a colorful one, but it should be a no-brainer for all of us. You know, if people are cheating, especially cheating the federal government out of sizable tax revenues, we should have a system that enforces them and catches them, and they should pay for the reasons that Senator Merkley was describing. I'm very concerned about efforts to raid IRS funding, because what I really want with an IRS is an IRS that's responsive to Virginia constituents. And in the past, I've been in the Senate, I guess I'm in my 11th year now. I monitor my 1,000 outreaches a day, 365 days a year from constituents with concerns. I know what are the major ones, and IRS issues tend to be near the top. And the ones that are there are not the IRS is cracking down on me so much as I can't get a call returned. I can't get my refund back in time. I want to be able to pay what I should, but I would like an IRS that's responsive. And I worry about efforts to raid the IRS funding as diminishing the quality of service that the IRS is able to provide to my constituents. My casework team in Virginia has helped hundreds of folks with IRS issues, and here's just a small taste of what they deal with. Multiple issues of constituents needing proof of their federal employer ID number and being unable to reach anyone at the IRS to assist. Multiple issues of constituents having a tax lien on their property and being unable to reach anyone at IRS to get a payoff amount in order to close on a real estate deal. Multiple issues of constituents submitting a tax payment with their tax return and where the IRS has either cashed the check but then failed to process the return, or where the check would be returned to the constituent who would later get a bill for late payment once the return was finally processed. Multiple issues of the IRS requesting ID verification, and constituents would either complete the process online and their return would still not be processed, or they would be unable to get an appointment to complete the process in person at a taxpayer assistance center. Over the last 11 years, my casework team has had to help straighten out these problems and many others as constituents deal with an IRS that is operating without the funding and technology necessary to effectively serve constituents. Dr. Sarin, the focus of most of the conversation around the IRA on funding has been about enforcement, but much of the funding that we passed was simply to enable the IRS to function properly and provide the level of service that American taxpayers have a right to expect. Can you talk about some of the ways that the IRA funding is already helping address the wide variety of issues that my constituents and those of my colleagues are dealing with on a regular basis when they're interacting with the IRS?
Absolutely, and Senator Kaine, your sort of laundry list of challenges that you've dealt with over the years actually reflects all the ways in which the IRS is making substantial progress. Refunds are being processed faster than ever before. You're in a situation where yesterday Treasury Secretary Yellen announced that walking into the next filing season, the IRS is going to be in a position where it can process and intake information from all taxpayers digitally. And that might seem small, but it's actually monumental when you think about what it means for small business owners who no longer have to fax forms to the IRS, but instead can be in a position where they can just upload them online. It's much simpler, it's much more efficient. Phone calls are being answered. People are getting help with respect to making sure that they do what they want to do, which is fulfill their tax obligations accurately. And to be clear, just like you're worried about, Senator Kaine, I want to emphasize there is no way to rescind any portion of the IRA funding and preserve these service gains. Any dollar that is taken from the IRS is going to mean less good service for your constituents.
One of the things that I've noticed about the passage of the IRA, it led so quickly to improved constituent service. And again, I'm seeing that on real time just because every day we get complaints about every federal agency. And if I watch the IRS complaints coming into my office drop dramatically, I know something's going on. I know something's going on when people are getting their refunds quicker because we hear about that every day in the phone calls to our office. And so there were few aspects of the IRA that produced a constituent response so quickly as the investments that we made in the IRS because the IRS has used those investments to dramatically improve the customer service experience, and they plan to go further. I noticed Secretary Yellen's announcement yesterday, too, and Mr. Chair, I'd like to introduce the statement of new policy that came out from the Department of Treasury yesterday titled IRS Achieves Key Paperless Processing Initiative Goal, outlines improvements for filing season 2024, because the IRS is not done with making constituent service, and we shouldn't screw it up by rescinding dollars that we've invested in them to enable them to serve American taxpayers better. I'd love to put this into the record.
Without objection, the document will be added to the record.
And I yield back.
And